Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. This is a show on which I invite you to participate in the chat or by calling in. I have a Zoom link pinned in the chat, which you can click on to call in, or there's also a phone number there you can dial. Today is Saturday, October 4th, 2025. And I have titled the show, The Enemy from Within. Is Trump making a move to be dictator? See links in the description. So that's going to be one topic I discuss. I guess the first topic, but there's much more that we can talk about. Usually I've got a list of various topics related to Ayn Rand's philosophy in the title, but for today, I thought I would just mention this one topic in the title, but we can still discuss any topics, anything related to Ayn Rand's philosophy, all these sorts of topics you see on the backgrounds, atheism, free will, egoism, capitalism, all of that is fair game. So I want to give priority to people who are here live. So whatever topics you're interested in discussing, I encourage you to raise them in the chat. So let me start with the topic I put in the title. So a few days ago, I was reading a post by Harry Binswanger. He's a philosopher, objectivist philosopher, and he was talking about a recent speech that Trump gave. And this was an event that Pete Hegseth organized, the Secretary of War. Formerly, the department was the Department of Defense, and before that, it was the Secretary of War. But uh, sometime maybe around mid 20th century, I think it was changed. The name of it was changed to the Department of Defense, but recently it was changed back to the Department of War. And Pete Hegseth is the secretary of that department, and he uh, organized an event which called a lot of generals, admirals to um, participate. So I think many of them came from other parts of the world where they had been stationed, and they came to hear a speech or a couple speeches, one by Pete Hegseth and another by Donald Trump on the new vision for the military that the Trump administration has. And in that speech, Trump made some statements about the enemy from within, so-called. And exactly who that enemy is maybe somewhat unclear at times, but I think many people see this as an ominous sort of phrase to be using, particularly when the military could be used domestically against internal enemies, political enemies of someone like Trump. That's the worry that Harry Binswanger raised in his post from several days ago, a post that's behind a paywall, but which has also been published on his Substack, which is not behind a paywall. And I will show you that. Let me share my screen. I'll share the sound too, because I might play a little audio. Okay, that's the chat from today. So here's the title I have, at least my starting title. I might adjust that later. And I put in the description, I mentioned links in the description here. So I have two links here. One is this video of their speeches. President Trump and Pete Hegseth deliver remarks to U.S. generals and admirals. And maybe we'll watch a little of that. And then this other is a Substack piece by Harry Binswanger. And we'll look at that some. So first, let me just play a little bit of the speech. And I opened the transcript before to find the point. I think it's around the 2 hour mark. Yeah, here's the phrase enemy from within. So I'll just back up a little bit before that so we can hear a couple minutes or so of what he says. He rambles a lot, as you probably know. He jumps around to different topics, but he's talking about the importation of drugs, fentanyl coming in from boats around Venezuela, I guess, and some boats have been targeted and attacked. So he says we've taken out four so far. So there's this war on the drugs. So I'll just start here. I'll click here and then I'll play maybe a couple minutes or so, just so you can get a flavor of it. Make sure the sound is, yeah, sound looks like it's all the way up.
Massive, every boat kills about 25,000 people. That's what they have. They had fentanyl mostly and a lot of other drugs. And we take them out, and we've taken out 4. So, and it's on air. Everybody gets to see it. Not that we like to do that, but every boat kills 25,000 on average. 20. Some people say more. You know, you see these boats, they're stacked up with bags of white powder. That's mostly fentanyl and other drugs too. And now we have a problem. General Kane says, sir, there are no boats out there.
You mentioned General Kane there. I think he was a recently appointed General, Dan Kane, who maybe is loyal to Trump more so than previous generals. I know there's been some replacement of some of the top brass in the military. I think there were also replacements around the time of January 6th, right before Trump left office, because I think he wanted people, this is what I heard, he wanted military people in charge who were more likely to not oppose his opposition to Biden taking control. So I think there was concern at the time around January 6th that maybe Trump would use the military to stay in power. And he ultimately didn't, but there was worry that he might do so, and that maybe that's a reason he was replacing some of the top generals in the Department of Defense, as it was known at that time, with other generals who were more loyal to him. So I don't know if this guy Dan Kane that he just mentioned, Raisin Kane, he sometimes calls him in this speech, is one of these more loyalist generals. But anyways, that's the guy who he mentioned a minute ago.
We have a problem. General Kane says, sir, there are no boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing. I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today. You know. But it's amazing what strength will do, because all we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. It's destroying. We lost 300,000 people died last year. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably, that you lost a child, or adults too, but you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And we're making it very hard. Oh, and we haven't even started yet. Last month I signed an executive order to provide training for quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. So this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room, because it's the enemy from within and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out.
The enemy from within. There it is. So to deal with domestic disturbances so things don't get out of control, he says he's already used the military in Washington, D.C. When was that? Several weeks ago. And he mentioned earlier in this speech how he deployed the military in Seattle in his first term in the wake of the George Floyd riots. You might recall there was this part of Seattle called CHAZ, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, which I don't know if they were BLM protesters or what, but some faction of people just took it over for, I don't know, a month or so, a month or two maybe. And Trump sent in the military. And when I heard him talk about that, I was actually kind of sympathetic to that because I think there are some cases where maybe they're Democratic-run cities and they're soft on crime, and the mayors or whoever is in charge is not using appropriate steps. They're not using the police properly to quell the protests. That was my impression when there were all those riots, the BLM riots in 2020. So you might think, well, if people's property and lives are going to be destroyed, and the local municipal government is not going to do anything about it, then does it make sense for Trump to send in the military to those places? So you might think that there is a justification there if the local people are neglecting their responsibilities. However, as we'll see in the Harry Binswanger article, the crime, well, at least the statistics that he cites are that crime is going down. So Harry argues that it's really just a rationalization. Maybe back in Seattle in 2020, in the wake of the George Floyd riots, maybe that was a legitimate choice to send in the military. But right now, I mean, is there any riots like those going on in Washington or Chicago or Portland, these other places where I think these are places Trump mentions at various times where he has used or might use the military. I think he sent in the military to Washington. I think he talks about that in this speech. So right now, I'm not aware. Now, I'm not the most in tune with the news, but I'm not aware that there are any huge riots going on like those of 2020 that would justify sending in the military. So maybe it's just a rationalization to use the military when there's not a real threat. But let me play a little more of this first. Let me back up and we can hear that phrase again, enemy from within.
But it's amazing what strength will do, because all we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. It's destroying. We lost 300,000 people died last year. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably, that you lost a child, or adults too, but you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And we're making it very hard. Oh, and we haven't even started yet. Last month I signed an executive order to provide training for quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. So this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room, because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out of control. Once you're involved at all, they all joke. They say, oh, this is not good. You saw it in Washington. We had gangs of Trendy Arag with 10, 12, 15 kids. And these military guys walk up to them. and they treat them with disrespect, and they just got pounded. They just got pounded. The gang just pounded, then thrown into paddy wagons and taken back to their country. Some are so dangerous we don't want to even do that because we don't want to. Some of stone cold murderers, we don't have the confidence, even though they're not coming back very easily. We don't have the confidence. We put them in jails.
Okay. So, um, again, I mean, if there is a huge crime problem, drug problem, cartel problem, and the local police are not dealing with it, then maybe there is some justification for the feds to get involved. But is there really such a problem? Um, is crime at a decades low or many years low? If so, then maybe all this is just a rationalization, and that's not really the reason he wants to be able to deploy military domestically. Maybe it's to silence his political opponents, not criminals on the streets. And this is where I want to share some of Harry Binswanger's article. Let me mi minimize that and make make sure the I hope the audio came through. I see we got some chats from Jason, Greg, Stefan. Um, okay. And this is where I want to, maybe there is some justification.
And they just got pounded.
Okay, I was just making sure the audio was working. Okay, so let me pull up this piece by Harry Binswanger. So this one is not behind a paywall. It's titled, "This is What Tyranny Looks Like. Trump is consolidating power." Released 3 days ago, October 1st. So it starts by mentioning all these headlines in the news in the Wall Street Journal, and Trump is in the headlines all over the place. This is just one day's worth of headlines. Lumber prices rise on Trump's new tariff. Trump orders seeks to use AI to help treat childhood cancer. Trump unveils deal with Pfizer. Trump says deal with Harvard is near. And Harry says, "This is one day's news, and all these events concern what one man demands and commands." Um, so like everything revolves around the king, right? If he's like, if we imagine he's like a king or a monarch, it's um, in an ideal society, he shouldn't be at the center of everything, right? There shouldn't be one all-powerful monarch or ruler, and all the news relates to this one guy. But it seems like there is so much news relating to this one guy, which um, I think is a sign, or I think this is the point Harry's making. This is a sign that there's something off here. It shouldn't be like this. Um, he says, "It's amazing that most of the business/finance news is about the preferences, the demands, the emotions, the whims of Donald Trump. And the journalists and anchors don't even notice." Okay. Then here's another headline. Trump calls for firing of Microsoft Global Affairs chief. Still worse is the last of October 1 stories. This is still on October 1st. So the worst from October 1 is this headline: President tells military brass to fight enemy within U.S. Okay, so that's a reference to that speech that I just played part of, which happened, I think, the day before And let me read some of this from Harry Binswanger. Trump is trying to turn the military into a force that will follow his orders for, quote, solving problems, unquote, inside the country. The first such problem, he says, is crime. But crime has been decreasing for decades. Outside of slum neighborhoods, it is hardly a problem at all. Gemini AI documents statistics available on the web, and he quotes that, says, quote, crime has been decreasing in the US, with overall violent crime down 4.5% and property crime down 8.1% in 2024 compared to 2023, reaching the lowest rates in decades. Homicides have seen a significant 14.9% drop. Both violent crime and property crime rates have been decreasing over the last few decades, with 2024 reporting the lowest violent crime rate since 1969. Yes, a president is, end of quote of the statistics. And then back to Harry. He says, yes, a president is the commander in chief of the military, but he is not chief of police of any locality, let alone all of them. The need to fight crime is a pretext. Trump wants the military to act domestically for a different reason, to defend his hold on power. Against what? Free elections. The preview came on January 6th, 2021. Fringe rightists stormed the Capitol in an attempt to overturn the 2020 election. Whether or not Trump sponsored this specific mob action, it is his endlessly repeated lie about a stolen election that is responsible for the attack on the Capitol, the ensuing deaths of 4 people, and the growing trend toward using violence to settle political disputes. It appears likely that Republicans will lose seats in Congress in the midterm elections of 2026. That would mean Trump would also lose a considerable amount of power, a turn of events he could not abide. What if, to nullify the midterm election, Trump can call on not just a ragtag assemblage of Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, as were involved in January 6th, but the National Guard in the U.S. Army? America's uniqueness comes from the political principles on which it was founded, the fundamental of which is the principle of limited government. Okay, I might skip a little there. Okay, and then I'll come to this paragraph and read to the end. The ominous phrase, enemy within, summons the scapegoats, criminals and immigrants, that Trump hopes will provide justification for a masked secret police, ICE agents, and a military force to enable him to become, like Putin, president for life. Of Putin, Trump has said, quote, he's now president for life. President for life. And he's great. Maybe we'll give that a shot someday, unquote. In desperation, I will be voting straight Democratic in 2026. And that's the end of the article. So when I read this prior version of this post behind a paywall, I was a bit alarmed, and I thought it was a very important issue. So that's why I wanted to talk about this some on my show today. So if someone is a president for life, that's basically a dictator, right? I mean, if you have a system where there's limits on terms, at least, and these aren't part of the Constitution where you can be reelected over and over and over and over. I think there is a limit in the U.S. currently of 2 terms. So if he wants to be president for life, maybe that's another way of saying he wants to be dictator. And he does seem admiring of the sort of situation Putin has for himself, where I think that plausibly is a dictatorship. So it's concerning, I think. Now, who are more specifically who are Trump's political opponents. I did a little Google search on this phrase, the enemy within, and uh, let me go over some of what I found. So it says just the basic idea of it. It refers to a danger or threat that originates from inside a group, organization, or society, as opposed to an external threat. It originated in rhetoric used by Senator Joseph McCarthy in the 1950s during investigations aimed at exposing alleged communist infiltration of the U.S. government. In more modern usage, the phrase has been used in political discourse to refer to opponents, immigrants, or other domestic groups perceived as undermining the country. For example, former president, I guess this was written before his second term. For example, former President Donald Trump has used the term to describe his political rivals, including Democrats and others he claims are harming the country. So that's not just criminal gangs or drugs, drug cartels, which he was talking about in that clip of the speech I played. I played. If he's talking about political rivals, including Democrats, then that's a different kind of enemy than just um, thugs on the street. And then I did a search and found this AP article from shortly before the last election, October 26th, 2024, that is titled, "Who Does Trump See as, quote, enemies from within?" So he's used this phrase before. He didn't use that phrase the first time in this speech a few days ago to the military brass. He's used it long before that. So in this article, we get some more details about that phrase. I'll read some of this. Trump's allies have tried in vain to persuade him to stop venting his rage against, quote, enemies from within in the campaign's waning days, but he keeps going. In his rallies and interviews, the former president is increasingly fixated on the Americans he believes have wronged or betrayed him. They are worse, he says, than foreign adversaries of the U.S., and he's made plain his desire to use the power of the federal government, including the military, to go after them. And this is a quote from Trump. Quote, "The crazy lunatics that we have, the fascists, the Marxists, the communists, the people that we have that are actually running the country," Trump said this month at a rally in Wisconsin. "Those people are more dangerous, the enemy from within, than Russia and China and other people." When given the opportunity to hedge, he's doubled down. Howard Kurtz of Fox News told Trump in an interview last weekend that enemies from within is a pretty ominous phase if you're talking about other Americans. "I think it's accurate," Trump responded. The threat to settle personal grievances from the Oval Office has so alarmed some of Trump's former senior aides that they've labeled him a fascist. VP Kamala Harris, Trump's Democratic rival, agreed that authoritarian ultranationalist ideology describes Trump. Okay, and then there are some actual names of people further down in this article. There was a quip about him. He would be a dictator, but only for one day. A joke meant to emphasize his commitment to border security. Trump generally defines his enemies nebulously: the radical left, communists, the deep state, or simply they. But sometimes he names them directly. Here's a look at some of the Americans Trump has gone after in recent weeks. Okay, and then so Adam Schiff, Democratic Congressman, Nancy Pelosi, CBS's 60 Minutes, who he had a lawsuit with, and I think that was eventually settled. As we know, more recently, there was the incident with Jimmy Kimmel and ABC. They're the enemy of the people. They are, Trump said to a jeering crowd. I've been asked not to say that. I don't want to say it, and someday they're not going to be the enemy of the people, I hope. All right, that's the end of this AP article from close to a year ago. All right, we've got some more people here showing up in the chat. Thanks for coming by. So I think that's most of what I had to say about this issue of the enemy within. Um, he talks about throwing people in paddy wagons. I guess these were the drug cartel people he mentioned in that short clip of the speech I played. But I thought this also something like that also happens with ICE going after immigrants, people who are not involved in the drug trade. They're also picked up. They're taken off the streets by masked ICE agents. I think that's alarming. Secret police, Harry Binswanger called them, right? Yeah, that's the line. Um, Secret police, ICE agents. Um, so maybe we're starting to see a secret police with the way ICE is being used. Um, all right, let me come back to the chat now. Thanks everyone for being here, and thank you for your likes on the stream. If you like the stream, you can give it a like, and that'll help push this out to more people in the algorithm. All right. So now I'm going to engage with the chat. Good morning, Jason. Good afternoon, Greg. I guess they're in different time zones. You can see I'm still in the morning because my timestamps here show I'm in the AM. Stefan says, politics, again, irrational. I don't think it's the way to success for objectivism. I'm out again. Okay. Well, I think if someone is sounding like a dictator and taking actions that are dictatorial, it's not irrational to talk about that. That's very important to talk about. I mean, it affects all of our lives. So if that's the only thing you talk about, then maybe that's that's not good, but that's not the only thing I talk about. It's just one of the topics. So I totally reject this when you call it irrational. Um, I think that is irrational to call it irrational. Um, um, but anyways, let me go on. Maybe he'll come back when there are other topics. I do a long show. Often I go for many, many hours. So just because I start out with a topic doesn't mean that's going to be the only topic we cover. Jason says to Stefan, I think it is very on topic with other shows of the weeks, and there is room to spread objectivism many ways. Consider attending OCon or some other conference or any number of media options. Yes. Okay. And then Jason says, no, in Washington, we have a joke meme going around showing a nice place and how Trump calls it war torn. I guess there were riots 5 years ago, but it looks fine now. Yeah, the riots I was talking about were from 2020 in the wake of the George Floyd killing or death. And there was a block or some number of blocks in Seattle that were taken over. Greg says the news is off as well. Journalists chasing the flotsam and jetsam, the temporary occupants of the Oval Office, is leaving in his wake for the exits. I'm not sure what that means. Temporary occupants. Is that because I was reading from an article when Trump was on his way out, or I'm not sure what you mean there. Florida Nick says at least Trump doesn't have long to live. What is he now? 80s, 80 something? Will he have raised enough vitriol, says Greg, to raise more resistance to bad ideology or merely exacerbate the cynicism that many retire into? I was just thinking back to this comment. I said, this is irrational. I certainly think it's wrong. I guess it's stronger to say it's irrational. It's, I guess that means it's emotionalist as opposed to just a mistake. So sometimes it can be hard to decide between those, but I'll say it's at least strong. Um, if irrational means contrary to reason, then yes, but there are different senses of contrary to reason. There's like it could mean you're being emotionless, or it could mean you're you didn't say what if you were if your reason was successful. Uh, you didn't say that. What reason would say if it were operating in a correct way? Anyways, uh, but let me go on. Where was I on this one? Greg says, will he have raised enough vitriol to raise more resistance to bad ideology or merely exacerbate the cynicism that many retire into? Maybe he'll do some of both. Greg says temporary occupants, presidents are limited to 2 terms per constitutional amendment. Okay, that's what you meant up here when you said this. The news is off as well. A journalist chasing flotsam and jetsam. The temporary occupant of the Oval Office is leaving in his wake for the exit. Well, hopefully he leaves. He, I think sometimes he hints that maybe he would want a third term, and um, there's talk about Trump running in 2028. I've heard that. Now, you might not take it seriously, but if he becomes a dictator and he turns the military against his political opponents, then maybe he would disregard that constitutional amendment and not be limited to 2 terms. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, though. And maybe by talking about this, we can make it less likely to happen. Lauren is here. Hello. I think you're a new chatter. Welcome. You say unemployment keeps rising. Nothing's cheaper. Bankrupt farms, layoffs, awful jobs reports. The value of the dollar has significantly weakened in 2025, dropping 11%, the biggest decline since 1991. Okay. I don't know. Uh-oh. Okay. I got someone I got to block here. I'll just take a screenshot. Whoops. Why did that happen? Yeah. He's gonna get blocked. Hide user on this channel. Okay. All his messages are deleted. Disgusting. I want to see something. I'm gonna stop the screen share for a second. I just want to see, take a screenshot of some of these messages that I didn't capture in my first screenshot. Okay. And now if I refresh this page, see I can unhide the messages. And then, but I can't rehide them. So unless I refresh the page, which I just did. Okay, so now I can share this screen again. Okay. So you won't see these in the live chat replay after the stream, but if you're here during the actual live show, you'll just see these deleted messages or placeholder messages. Okay. I was going to go to Lauren's channel just on my phone real quick because I like to, when there's a new chatter, sometimes I like to just take a quick look at their channel. Placeholder messages. Oh, that was my phone talking for a second. I got some more people showing up here. 10 people. Okay, I don't see any content on her channel. Oh, she joined September 20th. That was just a couple weeks ago. New account. Okay, Greg says the enemy within. I don't follow these sorts of numbers myself very much. So like I don't keep a close eye on jobs numbers, jobs reports, the value of the dollar. So I can't confirm or disconfirm any of this. But anyway, there we have a chat from Lauren. I don't know, did she say anything else down here? Oh, the same guy is coming back to troll some more. Maybe it's the same guy as last week, who I blocked twice, the fireman guy. I'm just screenshotting this. Maybe I can report him to YouTube, actually. Let me try that. I'll bring up the chat on my phone, then I can screenshot on there too. Yeah, I'll report this guy to where's the okay, report. It's not showing all the where's my report? Now I can see all the options. Hate speech, maybe that one. Harassment or bullying. I don't think hate speech is really an objective term, but what YouTube probably means by it is what this guy is saying. So even if there's something subjective about it, I don't think it's subjective that it's bad what this guy is saying. So whatever you want to call it, like inappropriate or speech or whatever, this is probably the closest category I can check off here. So I'm going to choose this one. And then report. Thanks for reporting. This comment is no longer visible to anyone other than the commentator. We want you to feel safe on YouTube to avoid unwanted interactions. You can hide users. Hide user on my channel. Yeah, that's like blocking them from my channel. Comments they leave will be visible only to them. Okay. So is he hidden now? If I refresh this, is he going to be gone? Oh, I want to expand that. Now, I guess I have to hide him from this window. Oh, unhide? I thought I already hit him. Um, well, I hit him in the report, but why is he still showing up here then? Unhide. Maybe if I unhide him and then hide him again, it'll work. Hmm. This user's okay. Now it worked. All right. Do we have another troll here? Dylan Roof. I wonder if they're all coming from the same place or if it's the same person. I wonder when this person's channel was created. Maybe it's a new channel. Go to channel. Oh, this one was created December of last year, so 10 months ago. Sometimes trolls they pretend like they're okay at first, um, and then later their grossness comes out. I don't know if that's going on here. Trolls are mean, aren't they? There's no place to say that word, right? So acting like a decent person, right? But then later maybe he turns corrupt. That being said, okay, you're anti-homosexual. Don't forget Dr. Rextisty. I don't know what that is. Is that another person I need to ban? Or Greg says two banned in the last show, potentially two banned in today's show. Um, who's the second one? Who's the second potential? Are you, because you said that before Dylan Roof shows up. So I don't know who the person, second potential person is. Who's Dylan Roof? I forget. That's was he some shooter in like a mass shooter or something? I'm gonna Google him in a different window. Oh, American mass murderer, white supremacist and neo-Nazi who perpetrated the Charleston church shooting in South Carolina. Roof killed 9 people, all African Americans. So this guy is naming himself after a mass murderer. That's pretty disgusting. So I guess, yeah, he is getting blocked. Yeah, Florida Nick says he feels like Dylan is a troll based on name alone. Yes, I knew I heard the name somewhere, but yeah, we got some more. It's probably the same person. I'm not going to show all his chats on the screen, give him less publicity. I'll just pause it there and I'll take the screenshots I need on my phone and maybe I can block him from my phone. The troll is out in force today, or the trolls. I don't know how many, because sometimes these are people on alts. They use alts, alternative accounts, but um, this is, I think this will be a record for the most people I have to block in one show. I'm just finding where the chats start so I can screenshot them on my phone here. It looks like there might be another chat, another troll pretending he's not a troll and like saying, "Oh, don't be bad like that, troll guy." Um, and then he'll turn out to be a troll too. James Earl Ray. Come on, Dylan, don't be that way. Grow up, man. Maybe he's going to be the next troll. All right, so let me Link Hawk. Oh gosh, the trolls. Yeah, the trolls are out in force. I wonder if they saw my Nick Fuentes video, and maybe that's what brought them out. Maybe that title attracted them in their. Maybe it got in their algorithm. Because I don't know if these people are. Why are there so many today? Let me make a note of I'm curious when these various accounts. I'm going to start a different file so I can keep track of all these trolls. Where's okay. I can merge this document. I titled it Trolls. So these were the trolls. What is today? October 4th? So we had who was the first troll? Michael Whitman. And I want to see the date his channel was created. Rick Sanchez. He has a totally different name and his YouTube channel. So maybe this is a fake name and this is his actual name, or maybe the reverse, or maybe neither. July 28th, 2025. Okay. And then we had Martin Luther. All right, I'm not going to read the whole name because it's offensive. Another empty channel. That was the one created December 23rd, 2024. Maybe I should get both of these, the YouTube channel and the other name. Okay. And then who else do we have? Oh, Dylan Roof. That's the next one. Yeah, I'll report Dylan Roof. Maybe if I report him on my phone, then I wonder if the messages will become deleted on my laptop screen and for all of you. I'll try that this time. I think I already screenshotted these, but I'll do it again just to actually no, I can oh yeah, I did. I Yeah, I think I got all of his. All right, so I can report. Actually, but before I let me go to his channel first. Another empty channel. So these people, they so far they all have empty channels, and he has a different name too for his at August 4th, 2025. I wonder if YouTube can get a hold of people's IP addresses and identify accounts with IP addresses and maybe take some more serious action than just kicking them off YouTube. Oh yeah, I was going to try to hide him from my from my phone. Report hate speech. Okay. All right, so I think if I refresh this page, his messages are going to be gone. Let's try that. Well, with the last one, it took a while. They didn't immediately disappear. So, yeah, they're still there. It might take a little bit. All right, who's the next troll? James Earl Ray? Hans Frank? Okay, Hans Frank is agreeing with what looks like another troll, Linkhawk. So if he's agreeing with the troll, then he himself is probably a troll. Oh yeah, there's Hans Frank's obviously troll comments, which I just scrolled down to on my phone. See, he appears, as I said before, they try to appear like they're not a troll at first. Like Hans Frank says he loved my show before, and then a few chats later, the garbage comes out. Is this really worth my time? It is worth my time to screen out trolls because trolls are not worth my time. Now, as to how much time I spend screening out trolls, that's going to vary, and maybe I'll get quicker at it going forward. But right, I'm in no hurry. I'm in no hurry, so I'll just take my time screening trolls. Um, and maybe there's other things I can do in the future to make it go faster, but I don't mind taking some time now to destroy the trolls, destroy their comments, or annihilate their comments. But sometimes I like to read the comments before I annihilate them. All right, so the next troll I'm going to get rid of is Hans Frank. Oh, and Link Clock. I also have to get rid of that one. What about James Earl Ray? He says maybe he's a troll because he says he thinks Jason Adams is a potential troll, and he asked me to ban Jason Adams. Jason Adams is a legit chatter. All right, so James Earl Ray might be a troll, but right now I'm just going to ban Hans Frank and what was the other one? Link Hawk. I'm just not sharing the screen for a second while I go to this person's channel. Oh, this one actually has at least some videos. Joined August 6th, 2021. Oh, Hans Frank, that was the one I was going to do. All right, Link Hawk is gone, but now I can report him also. Okay. Hans Frank is next. July 28th, 2025 is when his channel was created. Okay, reports submitted. All right. Did I get everyone? Maybe there are some question marks right now. A couple of people who might be trolls, but I haven't confirmed it yet. Jordan Neely, is that a troll? Oh, Greg Lewis has a list here. 2:36 Eastern. Why don't I see Dr. Rextasy? I know you mentioned him before, but I never saw him in my chat. Thanks for the likes, by the way. I think there might be a troll there somewhere. Maybe someone found out about my channel and then went back to their lair. I don't know what it is, maybe a Discord server or something, and then let all his buddies know about it and said, "Hey, go troll this channel," because they just keep coming. Maybe it's good for getting views and watch time to have more trolls, but I do want to weed them out. And over time, I'll get quicker at doing it. I'll figure out like what's information worth recording, um, and taking screenshots of, and what's not worth it. Jason, I wonder if you might be falling for a troll, Jason, when you say, "Welcome, Paul. Glad you like the show." Because sometimes they come in here, they act like they're friendly, and then soon and they say they're negative towards other people who are trolls. They, what's up with all the negativity? And then they turn out themselves to be a troll. Um, Jason says, I know. I can limit the chat to just subscribers, and I haven't done that. Um, I don't know. I don't think I can change that in the middle of a show, but then the trolls could just subscribe. So I don't know that it would really help to limit it to subscribers. Jason says it's an interesting routine they have. I've seen it before. Yeah, they make it too obvious that they're not a troll, then they probably are a troll. What's that line? Is that a Shakespeare line? Thou doth protest too loudly or something? Like, I'm curious I'm going to check out my analytics. Oh, 951 subscribers. I got 4 new subscribers, which is, I think, unprecedented during a live stream. I think I've gotten 3 before, but I don't know that I've ever gotten 4 before. So maybe those are just trolls subscribing. Um, I don't know, but it did go up. Um, you can let me know if you subscribed in the chat so I can know who you are. Of course, if you're one of the trolls that I already blocked, then you can't let me know, but I'm curious who the new subscribers are. Sometimes it tells me because some people have their subscriptions set to public, but I don't see any. These might be pro-Trump people, these trolls, because I did criticize Trump a lot, so maybe my video got in their Trump algorithm. Let's see, there's a couple places I can check to see who my subscribers are. I'm going to the second place now. Yeah, it looks like none of them are public. I can also set my streams up so that only people I invite are able to chat. It's not even open to all subscribers. It's only people that I invite individually. So, all right. So now I'm looking at Jordan Neely's chats. Why isn't this? I think his first chat is at 12:02. I'm not sharing the screen while I'm weeding out the trolls, but of course you can see it in the live chat box on your end. I just don't need to show it on my screen. Jason says, "Wow, all these clans people can't find their own channels." Jordan Neely says, "Clans, they are just funny trolls." See, some things you shouldn't joke about. So if he says that, that's a bad sign. That's a flag, a red flag or a orange flag or something. Godspeed is here. Florida Nick says, I think Aron said something like that one time. That was 14 minutes ago that Florida Nick said that. So I don't know what he's referring to. I don't know what you're referring to, Florida Nick, that Aron said something like that one time. Someone running a bot to generate sock puppet accounts to disrupt what they view as a threat, perhaps, says Greg. It might be the same person controlling different accounts. Maybe Jordan Neely and James Earl Ray are the same person. Greg says a sock puppet can subscribe to troll. It's just an extra step in the process. Yeah, that's maybe that's why some of them subscribed, or if they were subscribers. See, I could ban someone in just a few clicks and only take a few seconds instead of trying to log it in a document and gather information on them. And then it wouldn't be a big disruption. But I'm kind of curious just to spend some time uh, gathering a little info on these trolls. This is all new. Like I haven't had this many trolls in quick succession like this. So um, if it's a new thing, I don't mind spending some time on it. And I'm not in a rush here. I don't have some other topic that I need to get to. So, but in the future, I might just ban a troll in like 3 seconds and then it's done. But this is I'm doing it different today. Jason says they are working to automate their spiel and swarm us with lots of new profiles. It might even be somewhat automated. Good to learn about how they operate. Yeah. Aaron Raw, maybe that's another troll. Cleric is here. I've seen Cleric before. He says Paul Miller's the name of a pretty well-known neo-Nazi type. Guessing this guy is a troll too. We'll see. Would banning a subscribed troll reduce the subscribe count by hiding? I don't think it does because there's at least one person I know who I've hidden from my channel, but he still shows up on my subscriber list. He's actually a public subscriber. So I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't care, but um, being blocked or hidden from my channel, I don't think reduces my subscriber count. I think they have to actually unsubscribe. Greg says you have, is Trump making a move to be dictator in your title? Or he said, you have, is Trump making a move to be dictator in your title for potential trolls to search on? Yeah. I thought that might be the magnet. Paul Miller says I'm paying too much attention to them, to the trolls, you mean? I guess. He says he's getting a beer. Maybe they'll just get bored. Or like if they're not getting the kind of reaction out of me that they were hoping for, maybe they'll just get bored and leave and go get a beer, or like Paul said. They do thrive on attention, so and maybe a certain kind of attention, like if they know that they're getting under your skin, then that will encourage them to do it more. But if they say, you don't really care, then it's they have less incentive. Jason says it gets you views and view time. Yeah, I do at least get that. Greg says some folks suggest that what you focus on in life, you get more of. Would this include trolls? Maybe. Yeah, I don't usually focus on trolls, but if they come onto my chat, then they impose themselves on me. And as I said, like I could get rid of them in 3 seconds, but I'm kind of curious actually just to see how they operate, gather some data on them. So I'm not in a rush today. Maybe I'll find out what layer they come from, if there is a layer. Um, are there any trolls out there who want to be turncoats and rat out your fellow trolls? Say what your lair is, where you all come from, if you're not the same person. I think this happened once before. There was one previous show where I got a bunch of trolls. Not this many, but there were a lot. Actually, I didn't keep count. Maybe it was this many. Um, but yeah, this isn't the first time I've had a big wave of trolls. So I certainly don't intend to spend this much time every time there's a wave of trolls. In the future, I might deal with it a lot more quickly, but today I'm I'm happy to deal with it slowly. Jason says, in all seriousness, if someone online is struggling with racist thoughts or ADHD and needs help, I'm happy to. Just let me know. Florida Next says, I guess the trolls are the enemy within. They impinge on your consciousness, says Greg. Yeah, to some extent. Jason says, today they were going for the full climax of doing one letter at a time, the inward in a downward line, since it seems to excite them so much. Paul says, I'm waiting for him to read my comment. There, I just read your comment. Yeah, see, maybe that's a troll thriving on attention. He just wants me to read his comment, but maybe the only comment of his that I'm going to read is the one that he doesn't care if I read. It's just the one that says I'm waiting for him to read my comment. Maybe that's the only one of his comments I will ever read. Maybe I'll give him the opposite, the negative kind of attention that he wants, and then maybe he'll give up and get bored. I thought you were going to get a beer. What happened to that? Wasn't he the one who said he was going to get a beer? Oh yeah, he said he was going to get a beer. Maybe maybe he was lying there. Or maybe he is. Maybe he is. Maybe he has a beer right now. Maybe he's sipping his beer while he's waiting for me to read his other comments. Mhm. I can give them less attention by not reading their comments. All right, looks like so is Miller the only possible troll here that I haven't deleted yet? Or so I didn't do anything with Jordan Neely, Time Pair, or here, I'm going to add them to my list. Not as people I'll block, but as like potential people I will block. All right, Jordan Neely, Aaron Raw with a zero for the O, Time Pair, Paul Miller. Oh yeah, James Earl Ray. I might put trolls in the title when I retitle this stream because they've I've spent a significant amount of time talking about them. All right, I think I have my list of trolls and potential trolls complete now. Maybe I should put that in the chat. Greg put a list at some point, which was helpful. Maybe I'll put a list too. There was that one person who I never saw though, Doctor something. Is Cleric the new troll? I think Cleric was okay actually. At least I think Cleric has been here once or twice before, and I don't think there was any problem. Not that I recall. Gypsy Crusader. I just Googled Paul Miller, better known as Gypsy Crusader, is an American white supremacist internet personality of Mexican and Romani ancestry. Described as anti-Semitic and racist by various advocacy groups and the U.S. Department of Justice, he frequently live streams himself cosplaying as various contemporary popular culture personas. All right. So, yeah, someone before mentioned that they thought Paul Miller was named after a bad guy. Florida Nick says James and Paul definitely are trolls. Oh, Paul Miller. I went to Paul's channel. Here, I'll show you. I went to Paul Miller's channel. You can see it there. And see, he's got a different name as like at least two of the other trolls have had. They try to disguise themselves. And his YouTube screen name is at Dean Withers, except it's not spelled Dean, it's Daen. So maybe this guy likes the troll Dean Withers. He's a liberal or leftist debater. So maybe this guy Paul Miller, he also likes to troll Dean Withers. All right, so I think it's probably time to block Paul Miller slash Dan Withers. Oh, what? I didn't look at his. When did his channel? Oh, his channel was created a couple months ago. See, when these people they lose maybe they lose their channels a lot, and so they have to keep creating new accounts. Maybe that's why a lot of these channels are recent, like in the last few days or months, because their previous troll accounts have been blocked. Greg says I added him to the 11. Now I have the dirty dozen. Oh, now I see Paul Miller is showing his racism in the chat. All right. That's kind of gross, Jason. What you said about, I mean, yeah, I like to not be vulgar here. So, um, yeah, let's, okay, Paul Miller is gone. So let me add him to the list of actual trolls, no longer merely potential trolls. So his channel was August 4th, 2025. Maybe he'll create a new channel right now and come back as a on a new account. Like Fireman did last time. Remember Fireman? He like 5 minutes later, it took him about 5 minutes or up to 5 minutes to create a new account, and then he came back and I banned him in like 5 seconds. We'll see if some of these trolls go to the effort of creating new accounts. That might be a good thing to look for more soon, like when they created their accounts. Um, Jason says, okay, it was comedy routine where call cause a guy calls up and just says the word. I need to block the N word, but I'll mind my language next time. Okay. Yeah, if you're gonna troll the troll, try to find a way to use non-vulgar language to do it with. Um, Actually, if you could delete those chats, Jason, I'd appreciate it. Maybe I'll delete them but if you could do it, that would save me a little time. Just those ones with the vulgar language. All right, so I have three people now, I think, left on the list. No, four people. James Earl Ray, Jordan Neely, Aaron Ra, and Time Spear, Time Pair. Oh, Aaron Ra. I think that's named after is that a journalist? So maybe just like the other Paul Miller had, he had Dean Withers. Maybe he trolled Dean Withers. Maybe Aaron Ra trolls Aaron Ra, the actual Aaron Ra. Um, so this says Aaron Ra. Wikipedia says Aaron Ra is an atheist activist, a member of the American Atheists Board of Directors. So it would make sense if this guy trolls Aaron Ra because he's probably against atheism, just like I'm getting a lot of anti or people who are probably pro-Trump, um, who are also likely religious. So it wouldn't be surprising if some of these people would want to troll an atheist activist and just misspell his name, just like the other troll misspells Dean Withers' name. This guy misspells Aaron Ra's name using a zero in place of the O. Looks like we might have a new troll here in the chat. Some new person just showed up, and looks like uh, some people here might be trying to figure out my algorithm for getting rid of trolls. James Earl Ray is saying I'm non-religious, maybe because I just talked about I said something about religion, so maybe he's trying to pretend he's on my good side, which they often do. All right, so now I'm focused on Aaron Ra. Let me go back to his comments. I want to see where did he start. His first comment was here. I'll do a find on his name. Maybe that'll be quicker. Six comments from him. Okay. So in the first one, he's agreeing with Paul. Then he's okay. I'm going to his channel now. Oh, I had to refresh the page and then select live chat. Oh, now I can't go back as far. Um, Now it's only letting me scroll back to 1228. However, maybe I can see him. Oh yeah, I've got a different window where I think I can go back further. Oh, now I see Dr. Rectus, the finally, I can see his message. I looking at a different window. Greg says, "Are you going for another record-breaking duration? Hence the earlier start." I don't know. Um, I wasn't specifically aiming at it. So if I go 7 hours, I think that would break my record. How long was the last stream? 7 hours and 14 minutes and 31 seconds. That's what I have to go past that. I wasn't specifically aiming to break that record today, but maybe I will. We'll see. That was I was responding to Greg's chat from 11:35 a.m. Pacific because that was I saw that it was right next to the Dr. Rex to see chat, which I'm gonna have to block him. Glad I found that. So let me add him to my list. Dr. Rex to see. My list of trolls. Yeah, his channel. Oh, that's one that actually is a bit older. Created in 2021. August 27th, 2021. Maybe he got bored fast because I only saw one chat from him. All right, he's gone. So I came back here so I could look for Aron Ra. So it looks like I'm gonna make a note. Jordan Neely. Did I already block? No, I didn't. I don't think I blocked him. No, he's still in the potential troll. I want to make a note of his first chat was at 12:02 p.m. Because I like to read all their chats before I block them. So I want to make a note of where their first chat is so I know where to start reading. All right, so I'll make a list of the trolls I've blocked so far. and I'll put it in the chat. Should I put it in the chat? Yeah, maybe I think I'll do that. Accounts I blocked today. Michael Whitman, Martin, something. I'm not going to read all their names. Sometimes the names don't deserve to be read. And maybe I should number them too. Help keep track. Seven people. Yeah. All right. I just put it in the chat. And remember, they might have different names on YouTube. Those are just the screen names that show up now. The names might, maybe they can change those screen names that show up in the chat, but I think, I don't know if they can change their YouTube name, the one after the at symbol. Greg says, an hour and a half of trolling in this episode beats the amount of time of trolling I've done on the lake in the last 20 years. Maybe I should also put a list of potential trolls, people I might block to help keep track. Okay. Not salmon fish. Another new person. Oh, Greg says he's got 13 now. Less your 7 leaves 6 potentials. Okay, so you must have a couple of people on your list that I don't have because do you who else do you have besides James Earl Ray, Jordan Neely, Aaron Ra, and Time Pair? Do you have not salmon fish or I haven't even read not salmon fish's chats yet, so um, haven't made a judgment yet. Okay, I'll just put in the four potential trolls. All right, I just put in another chat. And maybe some of these are obviously trolls, and I just haven't seen all their chats yet. Florida Nick says James and Carl need to go. Uh, I don't, I don't even remember Carl. Where's Carl? I guess there weren't many chats from Carl because I don't even remember seeing him. I can't even scroll back past 1228 on this window, but if I go into this other window, oh, Carl Donitz. Okay, that's right. I only see one chat for him from him though. What did he say that? Oh, is that name Carl Donitz? Is that named after a mass murder or something? Is that why? Or um, oh, here's another chat from Carl. Might be another one of these pretending he's not a troll comments. Oh, Carl Donitz was a Nazi war criminal, by the way, says Cleric. Okay, yeah, so it looks like it is one of those names, a name troll. Spelled slightly differently. That's how they like we saw with Aaron Ra and Dean Withers. So I see on Wikipedia Carl Donitz spelled Donitz with those two dots on the O was a German Grand Admiral and convicted war criminal who, following Adolf Hitler's suicide, succeeded him as head of state of Nazi Germany during the Second World War in April 1945. Okay, so we got a Nazi. Yep. All right, he's gonna go then. Thanks for mentioning that, Cleric. That was only 1 minute ago. That was recent. Um, I forgot where I was in the chat because Carl's first chat was 12:35. Oh, it was only a minute after that that you first said he was a Nazi war criminal, and I didn't see that because I was somewhere else in the chat. He says he loves my channel. So it looks like, yeah, Carl told me twice that he's the name of a Nazi war criminal, but I was that I saw it first the second time you wrote that, so that's thanks for mentioning that again. Carl said that he was glad that Paul Miller got out, says Florida Nick. Yeah, they pretend like they're happy when another troll gets blocked to try to make themselves seem like not trolls. All right, so let me just take a quick look at Carl's channel. So when do you think his channel was created? Is that going to be another? Oh my goodness, look at that. It's probably the same person because it's also named after Dean Withers. August 4th, 2025. Yeah, I'm gonna share this so you can see. Or maybe it's just a different person who also likes to troll Dean Withers. See, this is Carl Donutz's channel, and it his YouTube handle is at Dean Withers hyphen I1P, and that was created August 4th, 2025. I wonder if that's the same date as the other Dean Withers or Dayan Withers. Let's go to the troll list to see. Where was that? Oh yeah, here's Dayan Withers, August 4th, 2025. So it's probably the same person. That would be my guess. He's got one named after Paul Miller. Is Paul Miller, is that another Nazi? I haven't Googled Paul Miller. I don't remember. So now, which one are we doing? Oh, I don't even have Carl yet on my list here because he was only a recently uncovered troll. Carl Donitz, August 4th, 2025. Maybe I should change this to numbers instead of bullets so I can keep track of the. Why this thing is getting in my way. You can't see my little zoom bar here. It's blocking the numbering tool. Here we go. Numbered list. Okay. So Carl is going to be number 8. Oh, I don't want to go to that. I want to go to 1235. See, one advantage of going through this slowly on stream like this is I give you all, if you all start channels of your own, legitimate chatters, you will see some of the stuff that goes on and how trolls try to wear camouflage, and you'll see some of their methods. So maybe you can more quickly weed them out if you ever have to deal with them. Or maybe point them out to other content creators. Like maybe you'll see some of these people show up on other channels that you watch, and you'll say, "Oh yeah, I know that guy. He's a troll," and you can point them out to other YouTubers. Um, looks like it's Dan Withers versus Dean Withers, says Greg. Florida Nick says, I guess we are getting a lesson in the names of bad people through history. Yeah, I never heard of some of these people, like Karl Donitz. I didn't know that he stepped in for Hitler after Hitler was gone. I think he met the real life Paul Miller. All right, let me get rid of Karl Donitz. All right, Carl is gone. I'll put that in the chat. All right. Now, someone said James has to go. Was that Cleric says you got all, looks like you got all of them. There was I thought that someone said that James also needs to go. He's on my list of, oh, James, Florida Nick says James said that Islam is right about women and gays. Yeah, I think I saw that. Scrolling up. He says, I'm non-religious, but Islam is right about homosexuals and women. Okay. I'm going to Google James Earl Ray, see if that's another famous person. An American fugitive who was convicted of the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. He was a staunch supporter of the segregationist Alabama Governor George Wallace in his 1968 presidential campaign. He is he assassinated Martin Luther King Jr. The alleged assassin, James Earl Ray, an escaped convict, was and extradited, arrested in London at London's Heathrow Airport and extradited to the US. He pleaded guilty, was sentenced to 99 years. I thought Martin Luther King was killed by a black guy. James Earl Ray is a white guy. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I thought there was some civil rights leader. Was it Malcolm X or? Oh, anyways, okay, yeah. So James Earl Ray's got to go for multiple reasons. He says earlier in one of his chats, James Earl Ray wrote that James Earl Ray was a civil rights leader and defender. and he says he's not trolling. Sure, sure you're not. All right, so now let's see when his channel was created. But okay, I'll show you his channel. He's named after Bob Simpleton, whoever that is. And his channel was created July 28th, 2025. So that was another recent one just a couple months ago about. July 28th. All right, he's gone. And I just put a note in the chat. All right, so that leaves Jordan Neely, Aaron Ra, Time Pair, and who else? Salmon Fish? Greg had 13 on his list, but I only have 12. Greg said he had to go away from his keyboard. All right, it's 1:15 my time, so when did I start? 11. All right, that was 2.25 hours ago. I'm looking at some analytics here on my back end. All right, so am I missing anyone? I mean, I got a list of 4 potential trolls, but I guess if they're not causing a problem right now, maybe they gave up, got bored, went somewhere else, and maybe it's not worth trying to weed out more people right now. And we can talk about other topics. I think I set a record today on a length of time dealing with trolls. If anyone wants to raise another topic, feel free. I don't have to keep dealing with trolls now. I think I got rid of most of the ones that were causing problems, and if they do start causing more problems, I can delete them. So feel free to raise other topics, ask questions, um, make comments, or just say hello. It says I have 9 people watching now, 10 people now. $11 likes, thank you. And 951 subscribers. So I'm within 50 of 1,000 subscribers. If you want to be part of the first 1,000, now is a good time to subscribe. And I won't give perks to trolls. But I've said in the past that if you're one of the first 1,000 subscribers, I might give you a perk. Like you can ask a free super chat once I start taking super chats. But to do that, you have to be a public subscriber. So I know you're subscribed. However, if I know that you're a troll, you don't get the perk. That should be obvious. Mm. Very cool, says Cleric. What's very cool? The perk? I'm going to read some of these other comments that I haven't gotten to yet. Hopefully, I've gotten rid of a lot of the clutter from the trolls, so it'll be easier to read through the comments. Yeah, the clerk says cleric. Yeah, the perk says cleric. Okay. If you want that perk cleric, then make sure you're publicly subscribed so I know that so I can verify you're a subscriber. Okay, where did I leave off in the chat before the trolls showed up? Oh, now I can only scroll back to 1147, even in the furthest back chat that I have access to. That's right. Well, maybe I can read the ones before that after the stream. I am the king of Xanth, says Godspeed. I don't know what that means. Hey team, says Robert from over an hour ago. Hi, Robert. Godspeed says you should switch to subscribers only mode. That was at 11:54 a.m. my time, so about an hour and a half ago. I do like being able to interact with new people who aren't necessarily subscribers. Sometimes I've had good conversations with people like that, and sometimes they even call in. You might remember Clippy from a few shows ago. I don't, I think he was a totally new person, but we had a good conversation and he called in. So, and as I said, even if I do limit it to subscribers only who can participate in the chat, then some of the trolls might just subscribe to get around that. So I don't know that that's going to be much of a deterrent um, for trolls in the chat. Reading through some chats from, I'm almost up to 12 p.m. Pacific. Okay, here's Greg's first list of trolls at 12 p.m. Pacific. Good time for a coffee break, says Greg. That was it. 12:01. All these clans people can't find their own channels, says Jason. Clans, they are just funny trolls, says Jordan. I wonder if is Jordan Neely a famous person? I'm gonna Google Jordan Neely. Oh, killing of Jordan Neely. A 30-year-old black homeless man was killed after being put in a chokehold by Daniel Penny, a 24-year-old white U.S. Marine Corps veteran, while riding the New York City subway. Okay. I thought that name sounded familiar. Yeah, I remember that case. So maybe this is a guy who hates black people, the Jordan Neely in my chat. Fitting in with the theme of white supremacists amongst the other trolls. He says they are just funny trolls. Okay. His last chat was 12:19. I think that was his last. I want to go to his channel. That was created 2 months ago. All right, time pair first started at 12:12. Aron Ra started at 12:16. I'll make a note about Aron Ra, the atheist activist. Weeding a garden by hand is much less efficient than using a chemical weed control slash inhibitor, says Greg. I'm weeding my chat. As I said, I could do it much more quickly than I'm doing it, but for today, I'm taking the scenic route, so to speak, when it comes to weeding my chat. Jason says that today they were doing one letter at a time. Maybe that's because the YouTube algorithm didn't allow them to type the full word in one line. Greg says in the future you can wave bye to the troll, wave more efficaciously. What did I tell you? I predicted this, said Cleric. What did you predict? That I was going to get rid of one of the trolls that I ended up getting rid of? I actually did not listen to my entire last stream. This is, I think, the first time this has happened. Usually between my streams, I listen to the entirety of the previous stream so that I can make a description. Um, and I've listened to most of the last stream from 4 days ago. I think I got up to like 5 hours and 45 minutes, up to the point where my call with Jason started. But that still leaves about an hour and a half. So I don't know if I'm gonna ever get to that because um, there just might not be time. But at least most of the description is completed. Florida Nick's Cleric says to Florida Nick, he's been here before. And then we get the list from Greg. He has 11 at that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so you have Jordan Neely, Time Pair, and Aaron Raw, which I also have. Up to 1241. Jason says he calls a hardware store and asks for the plug, and he gets sent from. All right, I think that might be part of the vulgar messages, which Jason has deleted now, it looks like. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. All right, now I get up to salmon fish, not salmon fish, whose first message is 1245, I think. Not salmon fish says, I'm the worst troll of all. I want to engage the topic directly and discuss how P equals NP relates to objectivism. I don't know what that means. P equals NP. It's like a proposition and its negation. Maybe salmon fish is legit. I haven't seen anything yet from salmon fish that tells me he's a troll. Jason says at 12:59, I think you should allow them till they do their N-word slash anti-Jew slash anti-gay spiel. But I'd stop reading just anyone's comments. Then you vet them with a quick online question to see if they are worth your time. Otherwise, there will be too many. I estimate 90% of anyone joining today as not being legit. There may very well be better ways to do it. in the future than I'm doing it today. I'm taking a very leisurely approach to dealing with it today. But yeah, I might do something more like what you say going forward. And I'm not reading all of their comments. You said you would stop reading just anyone's comments, and I already do that, especially if it's if it contains offensive material. Like I read the comment from that one person who says, "I'm still waiting for him to read my comment." Right? That doesn't have anything offensive in it. Um, I guess we are getting a lesson in the names of bad people through history, says Florida Nick. Clay Institutes. What is that? Salmonfish refers to the Clay Institute. Mathematics Institute? A private nonprofit foundation dedicated to increasing and disseminated mathematical knowledge. He says, I'm owed $1 million from Clay Institute for solving that Millennium Prize problem. I will never get that money, I'm sure. Time Pair says, I came here for an objectivist discussion and got labeled a potential troll. Malcolm X was killed by a black guy. Okay, yeah, maybe that's the one I was thinking of, not the killer of Martin Luther King. Well, I'm happy to engage with people on an objectivist discussion. However, when trolls and potential trolls come on my chat, then that that interferes. So my alerts are on high for today, so I might be more quicker to assume people are potential trolls than I usually am because there have been so many actual trolls. So when a new person like you comes on my chat, I wonder, makes me wonder. Um, so I haven't blocked you so far. So um, let me go to your channel. Oh, it's much older than the other channels I've been going to. I don't know what I first saw from you that made me think you were a troll, or if it was just a potential troll, or if it was only the fact that you were new. I don't remember. Not Salmonfish says nothing is stronger troll game than actual objectivism. So you're calling objectivism a troll game. So maybe that's a sign you're a troll. I'm going to add that comment to my list of information about you. If you want to see some of some my non-troll live streams, you can watch a different live stream right now while I'm doing this because I have 7 hours of content on my last one. Um, there's no shortage of material. You can do a search on my channel if there's a certain topic you're interested in looking up to see if I discussed it. All right, I'm up to 1:18 p.m. Pacific. Getting close to the end of the chat. Yes, sir. I came here to have you consider the implications theoretically if P equals NP was solved. Feel free to look it up. It's about resource management rooted in material science, allowing for space civilization. Never heard of that before. P versus NP is a major unsolved problem in theoretical computer science. Informally, it asks whether every problem whose solution can be quickly verified can also be quickly solved. All right, I've never heard of this, and I don't have anything to say about that. So, if you're looking for a discussion of that, um, can't promise I'm going to have anything to say on it. Maybe if I think about it some more and some more about it, I'll have a comment. But um, it's all going to be just off the top of my head thoughts. All right, Cleric says, an objectivism is making yourself the most important thing good purely because it benefits yourself or because it naturally benefits others. All right, I might come back to that. I just want to get to the end of the chat. I'm almost there, just a few more chats. Cleric says he predicted Paul Miller as a troll. Non-objectivists operate in a different mode, says Salmonfish, and always interpret engaging the topic as immoral superiority so they can make it about them supposedly and about nothing. Which topic now? I probably fit in the non-objectivist camp, says Cleric. In essence, it's about what is practically achievable through refinement of root logic and efficiency, says Salmonfish. All right, so it looks like the place to start for actually engaging in topics, now that I'm done with the trolls, is 1:20 p.m. So I can share my screen again now that I weeded out the trolls. Okay, so I think this is where I would start. So thanks for sticking with me if you did stick with me. Sorry about the interruption of dealing with all those trolls. Hopefully there won't be more. And there are still a few which I only have on my potential troll list. And maybe they'll get off the list later or not. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like 4 people are on my list of potentials. But anyways, I want to engage with the people who survived the purge, the troll purge. Let me just get a sip of water. A sec. All right, so yeah, I don't know if I have anything to say about this P equals NP thing. It looks like you're interested in math and computer science, which I are fields which I don't have advanced training in. Cleric asks, in objectivism, is making yourself the most important thing? Is there a word missing there? Do you mean to say is making yourself good the most important thing? Purely because it benefits yourself or because it naturally benefits others? Well, the ultimate reason has to be the ultimate reason for saying anything is good has to be that it benefits yourself, according to objectivism, because objectivism supports egoism, which means living for yourself, making your own life the best it can be, pursuing your own happiness, not placing the interests of others ahead of your own interests. That would be altruism. So ultimately, it has to be because something benefits yourself. That has to be the ultimate reason it's good. Even if you're helping someone else, like you're a lifeguard and you help save people's lives. So you are helping others, but that's not the ultimate reason you're doing it. You're doing it, or you should be doing it because you enjoy that kind of work. It benefits you. It, it helps you live a happy, fulfilled life. Non-objectivists operate in a different mode and always interpret engaging the topic as immoral superiority. I'm not sure what you mean there. I read this one. I haven't even heard of root logic. Massive numbers like tetrations. All right. You might be in the wrong chat if you're interested in these topics because I really, unless you can somehow explain this all to me, um, the salesman problem. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, that's time pairs back. Um, um, yeah, so I would have to do some research on stream in order to have a better idea of, in order to be able to engage with this at all, because I really don't know anything about it. Salmon fish or not salmon fish. Why did you choose that name? I'm curious. I'm curious why you chose the name not salmon fish, if you want to share. I call you salmon fish for short, but maybe you don't like that if you have the word not in front of it. And the whole point of your name is to say you're not the thing that I'm calling you. Um, but maybe if you want me to call you something else, let me know. But I kind of like it's calling you salmon fish. It's just it's easy. Um, but let me know if you prefer a different name. Did you watch the debate about is Trump an authoritarian on the capitalist corner? No, I didn't. I saw that it was there though. I watched a few minutes before it started. The Michael Leibowitz, he's the guy on the channel, The Rational Egoist, and he was waiting for his debate opponent to show up. The opponent showed up several minutes late, and I t tuned in for a few minutes before the guy showed up. So, and then I just listened for a couple minutes after the guy joined the call. So I just heard the first few minutes of it. I might listen to the whole thing later, but I haven't heard it yet. At present, NVIDIA represents the limit of resource management, their existence constrained by the assumption P does not equal NP. So they build out massive hardware unable to do more because 2 nanometers is the chip limit. But instead of that, software can unlock vastly more potential in pre-existing hardware and even human material processes, solving ecological carrying capacity and climate change. Well, maybe that's something I can say something about climate change. All the other stuff I can't really say much about, but I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, like that there's a climate catastrophe looming. I think there's a lot of pseudoscience. So I don't really think there's a problem of climate change that needs to be solved if that means we're facing some imminent um, climate catastrophe. And I will give you a recommendation for someone who is a specialist in this area, Alex Epstein. Here, I'll type it in the chat. Alex Epstein is a specialist who is also influenced by Ayn Rand's philosophy. So I think he takes a lot of her ideas and he applies it to the issue to issues like climate change and environmental issues, energy issues, fossil fuels. He's written a book called The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels and Fossil Future. That's his latest book. All right. Alex Epstein is, oh, I guess you can see me typing this. I forgot that since I'm sharing this, you can see it as I'm composing the message. Have you read Ayn Rand before? Salmon Fish? I'm just wondering how objectivism grounds that, says Cleric. Why is it the ultimate good to benefit yourself in the objectivist worldview? Well, I think our root, or our idea of good is ultimately based on our experience of pleasure. And as an infant or a small child, you first get the idea of good from that experience, and you get the idea of bad from the experience of pain. So that's the ultimate grounding. Um, and that gives you a reason to pursue certain things and avoid other things, that pleasure pain mechanism that you come into the world with. And over time, your idea of good and bad gets expanded beyond just immediate sensations of pleasure and pain. Like the infant doesn't have a conception of his life as a whole yet, but as it grows up and matures, it realizes that in order to have good, pleasurable experiences, it needs to take the long run into account. Like it feels really good to eat a bunch of ice cream right now. But if doing that causes it to get a terrible stomach ache if it just eats like a whole gallon of ice cream or something. Maybe that gives it a really bad stomach ache an hour or a few hours later or the next day. It's very uncomfortable. So experiences like this give a young child an awareness of cause and effect. Oh, yeah, I did this thing, and then it brought about a certain effect. I caused myself to feel bad a few hours later, um, even though I was getting some pleasure in the moment. So through our experiences in the world, we learn to be more long range, how to consistently over the long range feel good, experience pleasure, experience happiness. But we have to learn that as we grow up. But it's all rooted in our infant experience of pleasure, and it all has to somehow reduce to some positive feeling. But what's the point of doing anything that doesn't somehow come back to benefit you, either physically or psychologically? There's different kinds of pleasure. There's physical pleasure, like you get from eating food that tastes good, but there's also psychological pleasure. Like right now, maybe you're enjoying this live stream. I hope you are. You're, maybe you wouldn't be here if you weren't getting something positive out of it. Maybe something about it is interesting, but you're getting some kind of psychological benefit, not like a physical pleasure like you get from eating food, but maybe you get some kind of psychological pleasure from it. So there are different kinds of pleasure, but if doing something doesn't benefit you in any way, either physical or psychological, then what is the point of it? Why do it? And I just don't think there's any good reason to do something that doesn't ultimately come back to benefit you. Um, like I said with the lifeguard example several minutes ago, the lifeguard is helping others, but I think his reason for helping others should be that he gets satisfaction of from doing that. He gets some kind of pleasure, enjoyment, happiness from living that kind of life. So he wants to be a lifeguard for his career, or at least for part of his life. Maybe it's just a temporary job and he enjoys it now, and maybe 10 years later he'll want to do something else, but at least so long as he's doing it, I think it should be because it somehow contributes to his own happiness. And I just don't see any reason to do something that does not contribute to your own happiness. So that's the grounding. Like, it's just kind of self-evident that you would want to do something that gives you this positive feeling. That's where we get the idea of goodness. It's from that experience of pleasure. And our idea of pleasure gets expanded over time from just immediate sensory physical pleasures to more long-range psychological pleasures. But there's still just different ways of benefiting yourself. And there's no reason to do things that don't benefit yourself that I can see. Um, so if you do think there's a reason to do something that doesn't ultimately benefit you in some way, why? What would be the grounding of, what would be the justification for that? Why should I do something that doesn't ultimately benefit me? An altruist can say for the greater good or maybe God's will. Okay, well, I don't even believe in God, so there's no God to please. Even if there were, why should I make it my mission to satisfy God or society? If you believe in there's some greater good beyond myself as an individual, why should I care about that? Like I can see in the Bible, I talked about this some streams ago. In the Bible, there are egoistic motivations given for following God's commands. It's not just that you will benefit in the afterlife, like maybe you'll go to heaven instead of hell if you obey God's commands, like the Ten Commandments during your life on earth. But there are actually benefits you will get during your life before you die. Allegedly, there are benefits if you obey God's commands, like God will favor you. He won't send a plague on you, a plague of locusts or some disease. He won't inflict you with leprosy. Whereas if you do disobey God's commands, maybe he will inflict a plague, a disease on you, or maybe he'll send a flood to drown you, like Noah's flood, or maybe he'll send some enemy, some other tribe to the Amalekites or whoever the other people in the Bible were, the Canaanites, to come conquer you. So there are benefits you can get even during your life from obeying God's commands, according to the Bible. I mean, you can disbelieve it all, but there are egoistic reasons you should want to obey God because it somehow benefits you during your life. You won't be inflicted by these plagues and so forth. I can understand that, but why should I want to obey God's will just as an end in itself if it's not somehow coming back to benefit me or somehow sparing me from harm? Why should I care about obeying God's will? I see no reason for it. All right. I'm going to my chat, a different part of the chat. Okay. Salmonfish says it comes full circle to human systems like economy and self-interest, things Rand really cared about. It was originally king salmonfish, which is a goofy play on Milgram bias, and then a clout denial. Okay. Yeah, Rand did definitely care about self-interest. That's a crucial part of her philosophy. So I guess the things you're asking about, the P versus not P thing, that's somehow, are you saying that that relates to the economy and self-interest? If so, how so? Could you spell that out some if you want? Jason says, an objectivist holds their life as their highest value. That may need to be broken down, but live the best life possible. You only get one. Makes sense, says Cleric. Salmonfish. My position is long-term management as we grow it as a species and become more influential on the biome interrelated to us. I don't see an immediate crisis to jump about. And yes, I've heard of Alex. And yes, I love Rand, especially her interviews. Very likable rascal that she was. Okay, so you've got some familiarity with Rand and Alex Epstein. Your position is long-term management, you say. Meaning beyond your own life. I definitely think it's good to be long-term. Think about your own life, not just act on the whim of the moments. As I was saying with the child example who just eats a bunch of ice cream, maybe it feels good in the moment, but in the long run, that'll have some negative consequences if he's not careful, like stomach ache, or maybe he'll put on weight and then he won't be healthy, he won't be as attractive to other people. But if you mean by long-term management something much longer than your own life, like the survival of your species or the earth, then that's not really a focus for Ayn Rand. So you talk about a species here, not just yourself in the biome. So I'm wondering why is that a focus for you? Um, is that somehow impacting your own life now while you're alive? I can understand wanting to make the world a good place for your children if you've got children or other people you love. But if we're talking about someone like 10,000 years from you in the future, um, why care about that? I mean, I don't, maybe you could have some care about people in the distant future or past, but I think it should be much less than people who are currently in your life. Cleric says, so there's a utilitarian feature to objectivism, or that's a question. So there's a utilitarian feature to objectivism, except it's not about maximizing overall utility, but your own first and foremost. Yeah, you could put it that way. Rand doesn't speak in terms of utility, but if you just, utility is sometimes thought of as happiness, a synonym, like the greatest happiness for the greatest number is a slogan of utilitarianism. So that might tell you utilitarians are talking about happiness, but the happiness of the greatest number, not your own individual happiness. So objectivism is in favor of egoism, as I have on my background here. Egoism. So it's your own happiness, not the greatest happiness of the greatest number that you should be aiming at. So, yeah, I guess you could put it like that. Cleric. My utility is indeed increasing by watching the stream so far. All right. Great. I appreciate you saying that. Glad to hear it. Not salmon and chips would be a rough Cockney translation, says Jason. I do have one more near-term concern. The the mini reactors they are building for this unneeded level of hardware expansion at great cost, sacrificing well-being, are poorly designed and dangerous. Do you mean nuclear reactors or what? What are you talking about? What reactors? And I think there should be more nuclear reactors. Alex Epstein talks about this. There's been nuclear has been demonized as this unsafe technology, whereas in fact it's very safe, according to Alex and I think other energy experts. And it's been held back. There haven't been nuclear plants built in many years, I think, because the regulations are so burdensome and they make it cost prohibitive. It's so expensive to do all the to go through all the red tape and to adhere to all the regulations that they're just not built much. But I think a lot of the there's a lot of scaremongering around surrounding the topic of nuclear power, which has held them back, unfortunately. When asked what he was most proud of, Ronald Reagan didn't say being president. He said he saved 77 lives while when working as a lifeguard, says Time Pair. Okay. Ayn Rand was very opposed to Reagan as a president because he forged a tie with the religious right and brought them into politics in a way that religion wasn't part of politics before. He created the religious right, that movement, or helped enable it, or something like that. But she was very adamantly against Reagan for that reason. And also tied into that was his opposition to abortion. She was very much in favor of the right to get an abortion and the religious right as opposed to that. So she advocated not voting for not voting for Reagan. All right, now we get some explanation of P and not P. Okay. I think I might take a little break now. It's been over 3 hours since I started, and I want to give my voice a rest. This is my YouTube studio view. All right, we got 12 people here, 12 likes. Thanks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the likes. I appreciate it. The let's see, can I move this window? There's my channel. See, it went up to 951 subscribers. It was at 947 when I started today. All right. Um, I guess I can, should I stop the screen share? Or leave the chat on screen. Last time I left the chat on screen, but I scrolled up a little so that it was paused. I went like this, so you get the blue arrow to go to the bottom. So I could just leave it like that, and then you can keep chatting in the live text box if you want, and then I can engage with it when I get back. Or I could stop the screen share and put my name in the center. I could actually take a poll and see what you all prefer. Hmm. I wonder if it's better to like if someone comes by during my break, is it better if they see the chat on screen or a message that says, like, here's the alternative. So what I've done in the past sometimes is I change my name in the Zoom window, which you can see in the lower left. It says Dan Norton, but I can change that to Dan will be back in around 10 in which I'm going to do right now. So you can see what I mean. And I turn off my video, and then that name, which you can now see in the lower left, it's going to just take up the whole screen. It'll be in the center like that. So I was thinking about doing a poll and asking you, do you think it's better if I leave it like this during the break? Or is it better for me to share the screen and like this and have the chat, or at least part of the chat, visible? Another option is to have the chat all the way on the bottom so that you see any new chats that come in. The reason I thought maybe not is because there might be some chats, like maybe there will be more trolls who come by and they put chats that I don't want to be on the screen. So that's why I pause it like this. So I will do let me do a poll now. I'll do the poll on screen. Start a poll. I'll ask this question during my break. Should I leave the paused chat on screen? That's going to be one option. You could say yes or no, but I can add two other options. I'll add an option that says no, um, ju just have the message. How should I put this? When the whole, um, just leave the whole screen black, like I showed you a minute ago, with your message in the middle, with your break message. Is that too many characters? Must contain between 1 and 35 characters. Oh, I've already gone too long since it already tells me I'm over the limit. I only have that many characters. All right, so I'm just going to call it use black screen with break message. Message. I got to take out 3 characters. Well, I guess I can get rid of no, and you'll know what it means. Use black screen with break message. And I can add one more option that says use chat that scrolls up with new chats when the people submit new chats. So instead of pausing the chat in one spot. Use chat that scrolls up. I'm running out of characters. I'll just say it that way. I'll shorten message to MSG. Oh, I forgot a word. Should I leave? During my break, should I leave the paused chat on screen? Yes. No. No, use the black screen with the break message, or no, use uh, let chats scroll up. This is not really informative because I can't, the default options YouTube gives me is yes and no, and I can't alter no. So in these, I can make it more specific. So I don't know why you would choose just plain no instead of one of these two no's, but I guess if you want, you can. And I can't add more than 4 options to the poll. So these are the only options we're going to have. Right. Start poll. All right. So now you can vote. Let's see if anyone votes. It doesn't tell me who votes for what. It's anonymous. So far, it says 100% of people vote for using the black screen with the break message. Only one vote so far. I'll give it another minute, at least. Maybe I'll just go with that option for today, and then depending on what the poll results are, I could leave this up during my break and see what the results are afterwards, and then take that into consideration for my future live stream. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I'll just leave the poll up for my break during my break, and you can keep voting on it. But for today, I will just do what whoever voted for this suggests, and um, oh, someone else voted. Another vote. Two votes. Oh, so the second person says, let's the chat scroll up. Okay. All right. Today, I'm going to go with the black screen, but I'm going to leave this poll up. So that means I got to stop the screen share, and I said I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Do I want to change that to 10 to 15 minutes? No, I'll just leave it around 10 minutes. And then I'll also write a note here in the chat. And if I need more time, I'll just put an updated note in the chat. I need to give my voice a rest though. All right, it's 2:24 my time, so I'll be back about 2:34 p.m. Pacific. All right, see you later. All right, I am back with 1 minute to spare. I extended my break beyond my initial 10 minutes, as you as you might have noticed if you were looking at the chat. So I need to change my name back in Zoom. So it says Dan Norton. Instead of Dan Norton, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. There we go. All right. So let's see, any more votes? Oh, there's still only 2 votes on the poll. I guess not a lot of people have strong opinion on that. But I'm going to close the poll now. And now you see the results in the chat. You can also explain your reasoning, like if you prefer one of those options, why is it that you voted for that option? So we are coming up on the 4 hour mark. So I guess I've gone over half the distance I need to go if I am going to break the record. What was it, 7.25 hours about? Yeah, 7 and 14 minutes. So half of that would be 3.5 plus another 8 minutes. 3:38. Yeah, I guess I've gone over the halfway point. We'll see. We'll see. All right, well, maybe the trolls gave up. Haven't seen any trolls in a while. Let me go back to the chat. Oh, Florida Next says he voted let the chat scroll up, even though today it would have been best to leave the screen black. Okay. Yeah, maybe if it seems like there's a danger of trolls, then I can leave it black. I can also check the screen during the break, and if I see I can just look at it during the break, and if I do see some trolls, I can stop it from scrolling. Maybe that's a good solution. Thanks for that elaboration, Florida Nick. All right, so let me go back to the chats. I got up to this one, I think, from Salmon Fish. He says self-interest in P equals NP. In short, it's just a better form of physics logic to maximize your practical material everything. It's about nested magnitudes, breaking things into digestible chunks. It 100% applies to my, excuse me, applies to my immediate daily life. So functionally, I begin to consider the tangential effects out the society around me for further optimizing of the society. I guess that was a typo. Tangential effect of the society around me. P refers to what is mathematically possible in human time frames, contrasted against what was previously just purely abstract monsters of math, not real gains. All right, it's still pretty hazy in my mind what all of this means. Maybe I'll look at the Wikipedia article a little more. He says, yes, I'm for nuclear, but these particular reactor designs are not caught up with current understanding of physics and optimum output versus monetary and process costs. All right, Jason says to time pair, yes, Ronald Reagan didn't say being president. He said he saved 77 lives when working as a lifeguard. Was less than verified and true. Panhandle PBS American Experience Reagan. Oh, there's a documentary on PBS called American Experience Reagan. Seems like Buddhism might be the exact opposite of objectivism, says Cleric. Their argument being that desire is the root of suffering and whatnot. I do think Buddhism and objectivism are quite opposed to each other. One is about denying yourself, your individual self, and merging yourself with the universe at large. Brahman or Atman, I think that might be the terms they use. There's your individual self is subject to pain and suffering and desire, and to overcome the pain or lack of desire fulfillment, you have to just not satisfy your desires, but get rid of the desires in the first place. So, for example, if you're hungry, you have this desire for food. You could get rid of that desire by eating some food, so you're no longer hungry. Or you could just try to get to a state where you don't desire food in the first place. So you're not susceptible to having desires. And I think that's more the Buddhist sort of view of what you should do. You should try to escape desire in the first place. Maybe, I don't know if that's because they were not good at fulfilling their desires. And so, since they didn't have a good way to fulfill their desires, they just thought that desire itself was the problem. But desire is part of human nature. You can't escape it so long as you're alive. So I think Buddhism is at war with human nature, whereas objectivism recognizes human nature, doesn't try to escape it and merge the soul or the individual self with this some larger collective entity. Um, Objectivism advocates individualism, not the annihilation of the individual. So yeah, I would agree that they are opposites in very important ways. Cleric says, right, that individuality is a delusion. Well, the Buddhists say um, Buddhists would say it's a delusion that our real self is the cosmic self. The illusory self is the individualistic self. At least I think that's what they would say, based on some conversations. I had a conversation with a Buddhist once, or someone that said he at least agreed with this part of Buddhism. It's on my channel. Or maybe I can find that. Where's my channel page? Let me close this. There's my list of trolls. Oh, here's my YouTube channel. Yeah, if you go to my channel, you search for Synth. That's the guy's name. I had a I had a conversation with Synth. Ethics, the self, that's what we're talking about, right? What is the self? Is it the individualistic self or the collective self? So-called self. He's got his hoodie there and the hat sticking out. Maybe it's in the description. There might be something on the nature of the self, Western individualism versus Buddhist collectivism. So And that section goes on for half an hour. So if you want to hear more about this topic, you can check out this video from a couple of years ago. All right. I'm caught up in the chat now. I don't know if Not Salmon Fish is still here. Sometimes people during the break they leave, but then they come back. See, it went down to like 7 or so during the break, but now it's back up to 9. Um, so I don't know if Salmon Fish is still here. If he is, I'm more likely to look into these topics he was raising. Maybe I could look at the Wikipedia on this P versus not P thing and learn more about that. But if anyone else wants to raise a topic, I invite you to do so. And I'll spread the time around. So if someone new comes into the chat, then I'll engage with them. Or you can call in too. You can also call in. There's a link pinned in the chat to Zoom, and there's a phone number also you can dial. Cleric says, thanks for the stream, Dan. I'm going to head out. Okay, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Glad I could provide some utility earlier for you. I think you were the one who said that. Oh yeah, here it is. My utility is indeed increasing by watching the stream so far. So I'm glad Cleric got some utility from today's stream. I noticed this menu that pops up. Like if I click up here, it'll show me the whole thing. Oh yeah, I guess if I scroll so that part of the window is covered up, the menu only opens below that point. Oh, that's me. I have to click on somebody else. Or from that point down. So if I click on this one, oh, now you see all the options. But if I click up here, you don't see all the options. Here it opens from the bottom. Here it opens from the top. I'm not sure. Anyways, got to master the art of opening the menu where I want it to. Okay, well, since we don't have any other new chats yet, I could tell you I've been reading some about England. So I've continued reading reading about the history of medieval England. I'm up to, I just finished Richard II. He was the king of England from 1377 to 1399, which was during the Hundred Years' War between England and France. I also read some about the Hundred Years' War, the middle phase of it. Apparently, there were 3 phases. It was actually 116 years, but I guess historians just round it. That started in 1337, continued until 1453, but it's divided into 3 phases by historians. The first is the Edwardian phase, named after Edward III. The English had the upper hand in the first few decades of the Hundred Years' War. And then there was a truce for about 9 years, from 1360 to 1369. And then a new phase of the war called the Caroline phase started up, named after Charles V, who was the French king. And I read the article about that phase of the war, the middle phase of the Hundred Years' War, which lasted from 1369 to 1389. when Richard II was King of England. He was the successor to Edward III. Go ahead. Yeah, right. So Edward III's son was Edward the Black Prince, but he predeceased his father. He died 1 year before his father, Edward III, died. So Edward the Black Prince never became king. Instead, his own son, Richard II, became the next king following Edward III. And then he was king for 22 years. And then he was deposed by um, Henry IV, the first king from the House of Lancaster. So there was a Edward the third had several sons, one of which was Edward the Black Prince. Another one was John of Gaunt, and he was the Duke of Lancaster. So, and his son became the first Lancastrian king. And then a few decades later, you had the War of the Roses between the House of Lancaster and the House of York. That was the War of the Roses from 1455 to 1485. The White Rose was the House of York, and the Red Rose was the House of Lancaster. So I haven't gotten up there yet. Next thing or next king I will read about is well, I might actually read about John of Gaunt before I get to the next king. So John of Gaunt was the father of Henry IV, who was the next king after Richard II. You can't keep all this straight in your head. um, but I'll just give you I'm just kind of throwing out a bunch of facts to give you a flavor of the stuff I'm reading about. Maybe I could show you the document where I keep track of all the articles I've been reading. I use Wikipedia, as you may know, primarily for learning about all this stuff. But if I go to a different page, let me stop the screen share. Maybe I can share my document, my history document. Where is that? Yeah, I can share this. All right. Let me merge it with the window that you can see or that I was showing before. And maybe this will help you keep all the names straight. Not that you need to, but at least give you a better grip on them. Okay, so here's my Google Doc, and I put the last part of the URL on Wikipedia. So this is like wikipedia.org slash a bunch of stuff. And eventually at the end of the URL, you get Edward the Third of England and his underscores in between each of those words. So to help me keep track of which articles I read, I copy the end of the URL and then I paste it into this file. So, and I read about peripheral articles, like people, this is his wife, Philippa of Hainault. I don't know how to pronounce that. I guess that's a French word. So, he was king from 1327 to 1377. He was the son, that's what the S is for. He was the son of the previous king on this list, Edward II. But in addition to reading about Edward, I also read about his wife, his mistress, Alice Perers, and then his son, Edward the Black Prince, another son, John of Gaunt. So I mentioned these two, neither of whom became king themselves, but they became fathers to kings. So Edward the Black Prince, he was the father of Richard II, who was actually the next king in the list. If you look at the same indentation level as Edward, the next one you get to is Richard II. He was the son of Edward the Black Prince. And then after him, Henry IV of the House of Lancaster. He was the next king. I see right here, I say he's son of John of Gaunt. And I have this in brackets because I haven't read the article on him yet. But all these articles or all these people who are not in brackets, I've read the articles, or at least part of the articles. Like the I just means I've read the introduction, but not the full article. So you got some other people affiliated with Richard II, Thomas of Woodstock, Duke of Gloucester. That was his uncle. So there's these other topics like the Black Death was going on, the plague. So I read some about that. The Hundred Years' War is going to be in here somewhere. That started in 1337, so that was during Edward's reign, Edward III's. So yeah, here's the article. Hundred Years' War, the first phase of it, 1337 to 1360, and then that breaks down into sub battles or proxy wars. Um, I note who won, like when the battle took place. This means the Battle of Crécy was won by the English versus the French. Um, so France or England was winning the first part of the Hundred Years' War. But then during the second part of the Hundred Years' War, which was during the reign of Richard II, where's that article? Oh, yeah, here it is. Hundred Years' War, 1369 to 89. That was a loss by England versus France. So I just read that article yesterday. Maybe I finished it today, actually. And next, I'm going to get to Henry IV, although I might first read more about John of Gaunt, actually, um, his father, because he was influential. So, but anyways, soon I expect I'll get up to Henry IV, who is king 1399 to 1413. And then you can see the throne goes back and forth between the House of Lancaster and the House of York. That's during the War of the Roses when they were fighting for the throne. And eventually, I think there was a marriage between a descendant of the House of York and a descendant of the House of Lancaster, and their child became Henry VII of England. So the two houses that were at war united in the House of Tudor. That became a new line, and that was the end of the War of the Roses. I think that's how it went. I've read about this whole era before in Will Durant, for example, who I talked about in a previous stream, but I'm going through it in much more detail now than I've ever gone through it before. All right, so let me come back to the chat. Latent Prion is here. Says, damn, bro is still here. Yeah, doing another long stream. I didn't know you were here before. Maybe this is the first time you've been in the chat. I went to get my crispy pork and a burger with my boba, and bro's still grinding. Bro shining for real. Bro, these kings are all dead, bro. It's my time now. Laugh emoticon. Leighton Prion, you got a slang way of talking here. All these bros. Bro this, bro that. Yeah, these kings are all dead. But they're a part of history, and the present grew out of the past. So if you want to understand the present, you got to know something about the past. And I like to know a lot about the past. So I have a very rich understanding of the present. It's not a floating abstraction. It didn't come out of nowhere. I can see where it came from much better than if I didn't read all this stuff. And then He's, you say it's just fun to talk that way on the internet, LOL. Nobody talks like that IRL. Actually, people do talk like that sometimes in IRL. Sometimes streamers talk like that. Anyway, um, says we got 8 people watching. 13 likes. Thanks for the likes. It do be like that on God. What be like that? What is like what? I don't know what you mean there. On, you mean people talk like that on God though? What does on God mean? Oh, I set a record likes on the last well two maybe it was 2 streams ago. I think one of them went up to 22 likes. Is that yeah, this one. When the yeah, with the trans person who called in, that one got 22 likes. That's the highest number of likes I ever got on a live stream, I think. Huh, looks like see this one got downvotes, a couple downvotes, and I've only had that's probably the trolls who came by. I don't know if you were here for the trolls part of this Prion, but a lot of trolls came by. I think a record number of trolls. I made a list of them too. Here, this is all the trolls. And I think I got rid of all of these. I can highlight them in red. And these I put down as potential trolls. Although it turns out that I think not salmon fish and time pair, they seem to be okay. So at first I just put them as, so I'll give them a green. And these two, I was I was kind of on the fence about. So maybe I'll put them in orange or yellow. But I had a lot of trolls come by and it took me like 2 hours, hour and a half. I don't know how long it was, but it took me a long time to weed them out. I was doing it at a pretty leisurely pace. So maybe some of those trolls were the ones who gave it a dislike. See, if I come into my YouTube studio here, you can see the dislikes. If I only show you on this page, it only shows you the number of likes. If I refresh it, it'll go up. But I think this page is more up to date in terms of the likes on the current stream. Latent Prion says, oh wait, I was up to this one. Do you read any manga or manhwa? I don't know what manhwa is, but no, I don't read those. It's like a Japanese anime kind of book, right? You need to get on the manga train. Great fiction with great heroes. I'm too busy reading about dead kings. When am I going to have time to read manga? I've got like hundreds of kings I need to read about, and queens and dukes. Maybe in my next life, in about 300 years from now, I'll have time to get to some manga. Damn, you got to interview more trans folk. Well, I don't know if the high number of likes on that stream was because of the trans caller. I think some people were interested in that. Dan's not a rapper because I don't say bro in every sentence or doesn't listen to it. If Aaron Ra is the real, I do like some rap. I don't listen to it a lot, but there's some that I like. Um, if Aaron Ra is the real actual Aaron Ra, that would be so cool. No, this is someone who maybe is a troll of Aaron Ra. He's a cool YouTuber dude, but he's a leftist though. Well, he's an atheist. I put that in my list of troll notes for where's Aaron here, Aaron Ra. I said I made a note that the actual Aaron Ra is a atheist activist, but you see he spells his name with a zero in there. And I don't know if I can still go to his channel. I don't know if I can scroll up that far. And how far back does this go? Oh, it's a 1205. So you can see all these deleted messages. This is one of the trolls that I got rid of. Here's another troll. I think Aaron Ross started, uh, was it at 12 something? Here, maybe, did I make a note of his first chat was at 12:16. So here it is. If I go to his channel, see, there's nothing on it. So maybe he just made this account to troll Aaron Ra, the atheist activist. But anyway, I'm not very familiar with Aaron Ra, but I've just seen his name. There's some amazing hip hop out there, says Prion. Also, hey, there's a game company that makes amazing music for their game, and their music is so uplifting and heroic. Their game company is Riot Games. Their music is so larger than life. When I was just deconverting from Christianity, says Prion, Aaron Ra's course on evolution, systematic classification of life, helped me understand evolution. And to this day, it's probably the best primer course. Oh, not the real Aaron. Okay. I didn't know that about you. That's interesting that you were previously Christian. And Aaron Ra helped. He played a role in deconverting you. Were you raised Christian? Maybe not if you say you were deconverted, which implies before that you were converted, which means before you could convert, you had to not be Christian. Because if you were just raised Christian, I don't think I would say you were converted to being a Christian. You were just raised Christian. Um, I wonder if evolutionary is going to show up today. You know, that chatter, evolutionary, utilitarianism, capitalism. It's got to be the longest chat name that's ever been in my chat before. I can't think of a longer one. I call him evolutionary for short, so. But what he likes is general evolution, not biological evolution, or not just biological evolution. There's something called universal Darwinism or general evolution, and that's what he tries to promote on my chat sometimes when he's here. All right, I'm caught up in the chat. Who else wants to raise the topic? Anybody? Oh, you say you were raised as a kind of mix between a Messianic Jew and a Hebrew Israelite. My dad is a weird Ghanaian who decided to LARP as a kind of weird mix between Judaism and Christianity. I think you might have said before you lived in the Caribbean for a while, but maybe now you're in Europe. Ghana, that's in Africa, right? West Africa. Leighton Prion says, yeah, he's in the Caribbean right now. Florida Next says, I wish Holden would call in. It would be nice to get an update on his Ayn Rand reading. Yeah, that would be nice. Holden, if you're out there, people would be interested to hear a call from you. He called the last time he called in. Unfortunately, I didn't get to his call. I was engaging with chat and I was planning to take his call and I said, let me know if you have to leave. And I think he did say that he's got to leave and chat, but I didn't see his chat until it was too late. So unfortunately, I missed him the last time he was here. But yeah, it would be nice to hear from him again. So this is someone who, for those of you who don't know, Holden has called in my show 3 times. He debated Charlie Kirk back in April, and he was mentioned on the David Pakman show after he debated Charlie Kirk, and he was also mentioned on the Aaron Brooks show, and he eventually called into my show. Uh, Maybe it's been a couple months ago now, and we talked about he hadn't read Ayn Rand before, but he had been listening to the Euron Brook show. Euron Brook is a objectivist podcaster, and I gave him some reading recommendations, and he decided to start with The Fountainhead, which I thought was a great choice, maybe the best choice. And he called in to talk about that when he was partway through it, and then he called in again after he had finished The Fountainhead, and that was his third call. And then the fourth time he tried calling in, and that's the time when I didn't get to his call. But he was planning to read Atlas Shrugged. I don't know if he actually had, maybe he was calling in that fourth time to talk about Atlas Shrugged, or maybe it was something else. I'm not sure. But anyways, it would be interesting to hear from him again. Kudababa says, would you field Holden's call? Get it? No, I don't get it. There's some pun going on. Is that what you're suggesting? Would I feel Holden's call? I'm missing the joke. If this ain't Texas, ain't no Holden. He's in Florida, actually, near the Caribbean or Caribbean or the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, depending on what you want to call it. Just a dumb pun on the name Holden Caulfield. Caulfield. Oh, I don't know Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye. Oh, okay. I haven't read that book. Let's see if I Google. What happens if I try to Google this from this window? I don't think you'll see the new window that opens up. You'll just see the. Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like it did display. I'm checking this on my phone. Yeah, so if I want to Google something from the window I'm sharing, then it'll just show up as another tab in the same window. Good to know. Too obscure. Sorry, no problem. I don't read a lot of fiction, even like classic fiction. Mostly I'm reading nonfiction. I'm reading Wikipedia articles about kings of England. Uh, well, I mean, I've jumped around in history. Like if you've been listening to my show for many months, then you'll know that there are times when I'm studying Israel intensely for several weeks. And then I'll have an update on my latest Israel knowledge. I think I got up to, I started in I was reading about in the 19th century before the state of Israel came into being. And then I got up to the Arab revolt between 1936 and 1939. And that's where I left off. I mean, I've also read some of the Wikipedia articles about later events like the Six-Day War and um, uh, 1948 war, but I was more systematic about reading about the prior period. I wanted to know the background leading up to the state of Israel, which was founded in 1948. So I went back to the 19th century and was reading forward, and I had gotten up to through the Arab Revolt, I think. So that's where I left. So when I go back to studying Israel, not sure when that will be, but I'll probably pick up sometime around the 1930s. And so that's another topic I've spent a lot of time reading about is early American history. So a month or two ago, I was giving updates on stream about like the Boston Tea Party and the Stamp Act. I was in the Navigation Acts, the early tariffs the British had imposed on the colonies. Britain had imposed on the colonies. Or I guess it was England at the time, because the mercantilist the mercantilist system was started when it was still England's, because when England merged with Scotland in 1707, I believe, that's when it became Great Britain, no longer just England. But the Navigation Acts, these mercantilist protectionist policies, they started in the 1600s before it was Britain. So early American history is another thing I've studied a lot. The Bible also, I was reading the Bible and giving updates on that. I read through the Torah, the first five books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers. It took me, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months to read through all of that. I've read the entire Bible before, cover to cover, but I wanted to read it again because it's been decades, and I wanted to have a better understanding of it. And that was actually related to my history of Israel, because when I was reading about Israel, it talks about the history of the Jews in those articles on modern Israel. So that got me interested in learning about the ancient history of the Jews. So that's what led me to research or read the Bible recently. But at a certain point, I got tired of that, and I decided I want to switch to some other area. So then I decided to go back to England. I mean, I've been on the Middle Ages for like 3 years. I started an in-depth reading. I think might have been about 3 years ago. And during that 3 years, I've jumped around. But I went through the whole timeline of France. Like I read through all the French kings, all the German kings, from the beginnings, going back to their mythological past, the legendary kings, all the way through the historical era up to about 1500, which is where a lot of people say the modern era begins. So when the Middle Ages is over and the modern era starts, roughly that's around 1500. So I thought that was a good breaking point. So I read all the kings in France and Germany, going up to around 1500. And then I hadn't done England yet, so I went back to England. That was the last major Western country whose kings I hadn't read about. So that's the one I'm working on now. But this whole project of reading about medieval history has been going on for about 3 years. That is all the Wikipedia articles. I read about this in other sources like Will Durant, but I'm doing a more in-depth reading about the period now than I've ever done before. So when I got tired of reading the Bible, I decided to go back to my reading about English history. And now I'm up to around 1400. So I just got another 100 years to go until I hit the modern era. And then after that, um, after I finish the English kings, I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. I thought maybe I'll go to Scotland. I got up to Macbeth in Scotland before. Macbeth was who's the Shakespeare play is named after. He was king around 1050 in Scotland. So I read the Scottish kings up through him, and I think after England, I might pick up in 1050 in Scotland and then read forward. All right, see, we got some more chats here. I wonder if you prefer this chat window or this chat window. You see more of the studio. I mean, this is my YouTube studio here. This is the public watch page. And you get some more analytics on this page. Like you could see the number of likes and viewers, how many total people have come by during the stream. So there's some more information you can get, but the chat is smaller and um, but maybe this is more interesting. I don't know. I could take a poll on this and see which chat do you, let's call this the black chat and we'll call this the white chat. So I'll create a poll here and I'll ask, do you prefer the public white chat? And I can't change these, so you can say yes or no, or I'll add an option that says no, I prefer the private black chat. I mean, it's private because only I see it, unless I share it with you. But I mean, it's the same stuff that you, oh, that's too many characters. I have to cut it down. Well, we don't need the question mark. You know, it's a question. So, um, I guess I'll make those the options. So don't choose this one, even though YouTube automatically gives you this no. Well, I could say just interpret this no to mean that you prefer the black chat, since that's the only other option. But I guess I'll just leave this one here, and I'll consider these votes the same. So if you prefer the public white chat that you see right now, this one, then choose yes. Otherwise, if you prefer the black chat, choose one of these. All right, I'm going to start this poll. Now you can vote. Cool, you read the Bible so I don't have to, right? LOL says Kuda Baba. Sure, you can think of it like that. Just like Yaron Brooks says, he watches the news so you don't have to, or he keeps up with the news. He does the newsy show. Um, whoops. Well, the only thing is I can't promise that I'm going to continue reading the Bible. I don't know when I'm going to get back to it, so it could be a long time. So if you're eager to hear about the Bible now, probably not the best source, but I'll update the stream, I'm sure, if I do go back to it. Right now, I've got some momentum though, learning about England's, so I have to take advantage of where my momentum and where my motivation is, because I think that's part of being an egoist. If you want to enjoy life as it's happening. I don't want to just, if I get really bored of reading about England, I don't want to just stay on it. I want to find some other topic that I enjoy reading about, something I'm more interested in. So I am always attuned to where is my motivation strongest, and then I focus on that. So it's a more enjoyable experience. Kudababa says, I can't stand the very idea of nobility. I can never have the patience to study the history of European monarchies. Okay, I hear you. Yeah, it's not for everyone. You got to find out what's interesting to you. Um, Greg is back. Alexa will listen in on the YouTube channel with a bit of finagling. Oh, okay. It's all right with me. Uh, I'll come back to these. Yeah, I can't read any of the black chat, says Florida Nick. I'm watching on my phone. Oh, is it too small? Yeah, I guess if you're on your phone, it's probably too small. I keep forgetting about the delay. Okay. Did you finish the Bible? Asked Kuda Baba. I read the whole thing many years ago, decades ago. I think I started it in 2003 and I finished it, I think it took about a year, so maybe sometime in 2004. I took a break from reading Will Durant's. I don't know. I was reading Will Durant's 11 volume series, The Story of Civilization. And that was from 2000 to 2005. But in the middle of that, 2003 to 4, I took about a year off to read the Bible. I think part of what motivated that was Will Durant himself, because Christianity was coming up all the time in his writing. I think it was in the book The Age of Voltaire, Volume 9 in his series. I think that might be the one where I decided to pause and read about Christianity. The Enlightenment, the 18th century, 1700s, Europe was in a war against Christianity. Well, I mean, there was an intellectual war, um, and you had atheists rising to prominence, like Denis Diderot. Um, and it was very dangerous at that time to be an atheist, right? Um, they didn't have freedom of religion. In the previous century, they had wars of religion. You had Catholics and Protestants slaughtering each other by the thousands in the 30 Years' War. Um, and there still wasn't full freedom of religion during the Enlightenment. And I think Voltaire was persecuted. I think he moved around um, to escape persecution. I know Rousseau did. I might be getting them mixed up. I forget their biographies, but it was not entirely safe, I think, to have certain viewpoints at that time. So Will Durant stresses this conflict between reason and faith, or religion and science. I think that's one of the great features of his books. He focuses on this fundamental clash. He doesn't just deal with superficial facts. He gets to the heart of cultural trends. And since Christianity was coming up so much, uh, I think that made me decide at a certain point it would be good to actually read the Bible and get some exposure to some primary source material. So that's when I decided to read the Bible. Speaking of motivation, I was getting a lot of motivation to read the Bible. I think many people don't have a strong motivation, and I never had a strong motivation until I was reading a lot of history. And when you read about certain things, it raises all these questions. It makes you interested to learn about other things. And reading Will Durant definitely stoked my motivation to learn more about Christianity. So if you're not interested in reading about it right now, maybe you'll encounter something else that does make you interested in reading about it at some point. Like maybe if you read Will Durant or some other historian, it'll make you interested in learning some more about Christianity. Yeah. Oh, I was just looking at this one. Yeah. So I read the whole thing decades ago. But I wanted to read it again because you can only get so much on a first read. Like this is true of many works, like Ayn Rand's works. You read Atlas Shrugged one time, that's great. But if you read it again, you'll get more out of it. You'll understand it more. And that's true with the Bible as well. I have a much better grasp of it now than I did when I was reading it the first time. Um, Actually, I can show you on I have a Wikipedia section or my list of articles. I can show you the section on the Bible. I'm just doing a search. Yeah, I can show you this. So not only did I read the Bible or part of it recently, I read a bunch of Wikipedia articles that helped me understand the Bible and all the history. So here you can see this is that Google Doc I was showing you before with all the English kings. Here's the section I have on Judaism, Hebrew Bible. There are different texts of the Bible, Dead Sea Scrolls, the Torah. That's the first five books of the Bible. So each of these things, each of these bullet points is a Wikipedia article, the ending title. So um, here's the book of Genesis. I read the Wikipedia article on that. And if it's in brackets, those are my own notes. That's not part of the article title. So from the creation of the world and Adam until the end of the book of Genesis is about 2,400 years, according to some scholars' calculations. And the book of Genesis has 50 chapters. And then there's these other articles related to Genesis in Wikipedia. Um, I read about Abraham, his wife Sarah, or one of his wives, his other wife, Isaac, his son, Jacob, the son of Isaac. Isaac is the one who Abraham was ready to sacrifice because of God's commands. So I've read all these articles over the last few months in conjunction with my reading of the Bible itself, Book of Exodus, Moses. So doing all this research has helped me get a much better understanding of the Bible this time around than when I first read it decades ago. When I didn't, I read a little supplementary material, but that was actually before Wikipedia. I don't think Wikipedia was around until like 2005 or six, maybe, or maybe it was around before that, but I didn't really start using it until maybe 2005 I forget. But anyways, I'm doing a much more thorough read of it this time. I got up to the book of Joshua. That's the sixth book. After they finally make it to the promised land. See, Moses never gets to the promised land. That is Canaan, what is today Israel, because Moses disobeyed God. Even though he led them out of Egypt, he led the Israelites out of Egypt, he disobeyed God. He tapped the rock instead of speaking to it when he needed water in the desert. And I think that might have been the reason God told Moses that he's not going to make it to the promised land. So Joshua is the one who leads the Israelites into the promised land. That's where I'm up to in the Bible. Oh, maybe I should go back to the poll, see what the results are looking like. Only got two votes, and they both prefer the public white chat. All right. I wonder if that's because it's bigger. I'm going to end the poll now. Sometimes I want to go to this page just to see some other analytics, but I'll try to remember to mostly show the white chat. Let's go to my Let's see what the overall look for. See, this is today's stream. Somebody unsubscribed. See, it was up to 9:51 before. Maybe one of these was a troll who subscribed and then unsubscribed. But that's a nice number. 950. That's three higher than when I started today's stream, which is more than I usually get during a stream. Uh, I remember I think I got three subscribers the last time I had a bunch of trolls. Uh, so maybe troll attacks are good for gaining subscribers. All right, so here I'll expand this. So this is when I started my stream today. So there's a big spike. 48 people came by during the first hour. Same with the second hour. And then it diminished. And we got all these people. This is in the last 60 minutes. It breaks it down by minute. Nice. Good showing today. I'm going to get a lot of watch time. As you might recall, once I hit 3,000 hours of watch time, I can get my channel monetized. So I just need about 500 more hours. I already got the 500 subscribers I need. I just need some more watch time. And today is going to be good for watch time. So thanks for being here and helping me reach my goal, 3,000 hours. All right. Where was I in the chat? Yeah, I read this one. Oh, Texas Hold'em. Is that the pun for this one? What you think about Hamas, bro? Hamas is playing games and trying to set their own terms on Trump's ultimatum. I haven't kept up with that. I think Ron Brook might have talked about that in his show yesterday, um, which I heard, but I might have been distracted during that part of the show. I don't know that I could tell you what he said about that. So, um, yeah, and I guess in general, I don't think it's good to negotiate with terrorists. Um, they should just be destroyed. And it's sad. It's a tragic. It's a tragedy that hostages will die, but um, that's why you shouldn't mess around in the first place. Hamas shouldn't have been in a position to take hostages. They should have been destroyed many years ago. Florida Nick Redcatcher in the Ryan High School. From what he can remember, you're not missing out on much. Okay. Prion says, dude, I stopped trying to understand who's in the right and who's in the wrong. Who's wrong in the Middle East? Both sides put out so much lying propaganda, you can't really get a grasp on the historical facts. I think that draws an equivalence, which I would disagree with. I think Israel is clearly better, and I don't think you need to dig for years and years and years about their history. I think you can look at the nature of their countries. Which side is more friendly towards freedom? How does each side treat its own people? Does Israel respect the rights of its own people? Or do they subjugate their own people? Are they authoritarian? I think it's clear that Israel is a much better country in terms of respecting people's rights. Certainly not perfect, and it has a military draft, and that's one of the very bad parts of Israel. But it also respects people's rights, I think, much better than the surrounding countries do. So I don't think it's unclear which side is worthy of support. I would recommend reading Elan's book, Elan Journo's book, if you're not familiar with this issue. I'll write it in the chat. It's called What Justice Demands. I read that book and I learned a lot from it. Here, let me Google it too, so you can see it better. Yeah, there's his book. The subtitle is America in the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. And you can read the opening section of it. There's Elan. He's a fellow at the Ayn Rand Institute. Introduction to What Justice Demands. You can read it free online at the Ayn Rand Institute site. So I recommend this book if you're not familiar with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I just decided to take a self-centered choice to support Israel because they're liberal and they produce nice stuff and improve my life with tech. Yeah, it's called the Startup Nation. Greg says, my experience with Baptist Protestantism, you still have to ask Jesus into your heart. It's interesting to know about your backgrounds if you want to share, but just hearing like someone grew up as a Baptist, that's interesting. Also, what you do in life, do you work? What kind of job do you have? What hobbies do you have? If you want to share any of that biographical stuff, I'd be interested. Um, just anything, as long as you're comfortable with it. Some people prefer to be anonymous, and that's fine. I have so much thinking to complete over this weekend. What thinking do you have to complete? Is there some specific topic you need to think about? Durant then was a good centralizer. Yes. Yes. A plus in the column to select it as a source should interest arise. Yeah. Not perfect. He does also has some Marxism in him, for example, but I think he has a lot of good in him too. His philosophical approach to history, um, emphasizing the deep currents of reason versus faith, for instance. And I talk about this in my article for the Objective Standard. I wrote a review article about Will Durant's Story of Civilization. I'm extremely well acquainted with the Bible, but I have no knowledge about the Quran at all. I read the Quran also cover to cover many years ago. I think that was around 2008. But that's another book I would like to read again, maybe study it a lot more closely. Back in 2021, I was recommended a translation of the Tao Te Ching. I read that too, I think. I went through a phase. I think it was around the time I was reading the Quran, where I was trying to read all the major works of the major world religions. And I think I read Tao Te Ching in the Bhagavad Gita, or at least part of it. Um, at 3,000 hours, we get to the money. Yes. Well, that's at least when I get to apply to YouTube. So I can apply to have my channel monetized once I get to 3,000 hours. They're supposed to send me an email once I get to that point, letting me know I'm eligible to apply, I think. And then I think it might take about a month for them to process my application. So um, it might end up being like if I hit it, if I get to my 3,000 hours, let's say by the end of November, then it takes them another month to process my application. So then maybe by the end of December or the first of the new year, maybe I'll be able to be monetized by that point, start taking chats. You may have gotten a double dip from me, says Greg, as it was left running on the computer while dinner was being prepared next to the Alexa box. Huh. So you had me on two screens. It was left running on the computer. Oh, but then it was also being fed into Alexa, and so it's on your TV and on your computer. Is that what this? I'm not sure. Um, what you mean here? So I got double the watch time. I don't know if YouTube has a way to identify that's your IP address. So I don't know if it looks like maybe if you've got if all the watch time is coming from one IP address, maybe it only counts at once, even if you have multiple devices logged in. Um, Now, if you have different accounts, like if you have different YouTube accounts and each account is separately logged into the same stream, maybe then it'll count it twice. I'm not sure. But also, it might have ways of seeing if like you're engaged with the chat by moving or like scrolling or clicking on something. Because I have seen this number here go down to 0, even though I'm actually present. So maybe it's because I haven't moved my mouse cursor around or clicked on anything. So you might need to actively engage with some page every once in a while for YouTube to count it as an actual person. I don't know. It would be interesting to know in more detail how its algorithm works. Where was I? This one. Yeah, watch time. You can't just be raised Baptist and be saved. Oh, yeah, because baptism, the idea there is that you're not a Christian until you get baptized. You can't just be born into the faith, if I recall correctly. Rethinking, Prion says he's trying to complete a philosophical disproof of action at a distance. And also, I have to design some eccentric software. My voice is feeling strained. I might have to end the stream before I break the record again. I don't want to lose my voice and then have to take off, not be able to do a stream next time because my voice is gone. I typically have been streaming once every 4 days recently. So the next stream would be on Wednesday, but I'm probably going to have an appointment on Wednesday in the afternoon, my time. So I don't know if that means I'm going to have to stream on a different day or just earlier that day and or maybe not, maybe still stream on that day, but don't go as long. Maybe not do a super long stream. Not sure. But anyways, I think maybe I should just finish up these chats and then end the stream for today because my voice is feeling kind of strained right now. Which book is worse ethically, the Quran or the Bible? I don't know. Uh, maybe we can discuss that more on a future stream. You can always re-ask a question if I don't engage with it in a given stream, or if I don't engage with it as much as you like. So maybe you can do that in another stream. They do share the same router. You might have a point on the watch time in that regard. Disproof of action at a distance. Baptism, I think, is a Catholic thing, as well as some other Protestant faiths. Well, the Baptist sect, I think, is a Protestant sect, even if Catholics also do baptisms. The the sect that is actually named baptism, I think that's a Protestant sect. All right. Well, to save my voice, I'm going to end the stream for today. So, Florida Nick says, if you want to end now, I'm fine with it since you've been going so long and Ron was also doing a show. Oh, yeah. I actually want to check out Ron's. Did he do a show today? I think he said yesterday he might do one today, depending on how he was feeling, because he got COVID. Oh, yeah. I see he did a show on Europe's Muslims, streamed 49 minutes ago. So he only went for an hour and 11 minutes. That's shorter than typical. So maybe he's also trying to preserve his health. Yeah, I don't want my vocal cords to get damaged here. He only went 70 minutes. Yes, his voice is pretty rough still, says Jason Kudababa. Have a pleasant evening, Dan. Greg, says Greg. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm not going to break the record today. Uh, I don't want to break my voice, so maybe I'll break it another day. But it's not my goal. My goal is just enjoy the stream and do it for as long as it's enjoyable and it fits into all the values I'm pursuing in life. And I hope that it fits in well to your values in your lives and brings you utility, as Cleric said earlier, happiness. So thanks everyone for being here. I guess I'll stream on Wednesday, 4 days from now, at some time. It's not set in stone, but maybe I'll stream on Wednesday as my next stream. So thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the subscribes, shares, comments. Thanks for your participation in chat. I do appreciate that. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen anymore. Right. Okay. So now this time I'm going to be better about ending the stream closer to the time that I stop talking. And to do that, I need to navigate to my YouTube studio page and hit hidden stream. Florida Nick says, have a good evening. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Thanks for being here, Nick, and everyone else. All right. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks, Kudababa. Appreciate it. And I'll see you later. Bye, everyone.